out today that joy comes when your sons and daughters are picking the appropriate socks. Don't matter what Donald Trump did. Right. As long as your son doesn't pick the girl gay sock, it was all worth it. You can lose your home. You can lose your savings. They could break up your retirement. Your kids could not get into school. You can lose your job. None of that matters. As long as your kid picks the right colored socks. Breaking news. If you wore a pink shirt in high school and college, you can get some pussy because the girls thought you was sensitive and wanted to talk to you about a book or a poem. All the while you did that just so you can get some ass. I'm done.
Lord. So wait a minute. I don't know the Kings. I followed him. Is this the guy about the robots or something?
Oh yeah, the robots are coming. Definitely.
Okay. All right. So, okay.
Yeah, we're about to enter a world of autonomous. Listen, it's over. Look at how people believe. Look at how people behave just in in McDonald's. You know, it would be better if there was robots in there.
I have a question. Okay. Yeah.
I told you the room is over. I told you.
No, it's not. Would you stop saying
This
this?
is dummies.
Now, I have a question. That lady that came in earlier and was talking about first and all of that, did she say she made $500,000 this year?
Yeah, in prayer circles probably.
And she said something about premiums at the that was, we have famous people in this ad. Didn't know that.
She works the phone with those things.
She's so rich, her camera for herself, they didn't have a fucking flash. That picture was dark as night. That's how rich she is. She couldn't even get a flash on her fucking camera for herself. That's how rich she was. Like, this room is, y'all got it, just bang. Someone bring Anthony in here and Manfinity so people can get
Oh my God. Somebody muzzle him already.
This app is dumb.
What is this? Go. You're not yourself anymore.
Now then buck broke. Because it's impossible to have a conversation about a topic and people, I'll give you an example, you weren't here. A guy asked me for something that happened in the last 10, 20 years. I answered the question. I said, is that legitimate? He said, no. I said, why? He said, because Clinton did something. Clinton was 35 years ago. How are you supposed to have a convo? He said he'd been in politics for 30 years and said there were 12 people on the Supreme Court. People laughed at him. He said, oh, my bad, 7. It's just, this is a space for people to bang. It's not a space for people to have chill conversations, learn from each other, exchange ideas. It's people just don't like each other. People that pretend like they like each other don't like each other. Here all the time. I don't know why people be pretending they like each other on here. Y'all don't like each other?
That's not true, man. That's not
true. It is true. A lot of people pretend they like each other. They don't like each other. They fight.
You know what? You're right. But there are some people that do like each other.
That's right. That's true.
That's right. And shout out to First Lady. I didn't greet you today. Brooklyn, I just left the barbershop. I might get lucky tonight. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers. But I was here, man, when you and that dude, and I departed. I wanted to get fresh for Mother's Day. But it's true. We tried earlier, and I'm glad you came over and opened up because the RJ doctrine seems to be in effect 24/7. You want to have the conversation. You want to try to, talk facts and learn from each other, but be attacking. It's happening in the chat right now. I don't know what the problem is.
So
that's a great point. Great point, Divine. Top of the horizon.
One second, Uncle. 1 second. Happy Saturday, Uncle. Beautiful pictures. Thank you so much for sharing that with me in the back channel. I just want to reset really quickly. We listened to a clip with Stephen A. Smith. He's sitting down. He's having a conversation. Who's the person he's sitting with? Somebody. What's his name? Okay, don't worry about it. 1 second. So, he makes this statement that I wish vote Republican, you know, for once. Just all black people vote for Republicans. And the conversation is, you know, Stephen A. Smith and his curious case of conservative. So we heard a case today. A gentleman came on stage. He spoke about his conservative views, but is he satisfied with what he went with? We had a young lady, we didn't get a chance to get to the bottom of it. She took off. The Kings, I'm not sure. I think he did say that Trump was a something. Anyway, that is the conversation. Thank you all for being here. Happy Saturday. Uncle, you want to say something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, First Lady. That's very thorough political analyst and has a great network here at the Politically Correct. Top of the line for you, Bad, and take a steal from Brother Divine on mothers. I did go and I grew my beard out too far, and I got a few complaints, so I got shipped up and shaped up for mother, even though she's not here, she's looking from somewhere. On Stephen A. Smith, we've been kind of semi-rivals over the years. I've been like an underground journalist for most of my career, although I had other things I was doing. I did pay close attention to Stephen A. Smith. So the word physical conservative kind of fits part of that description. He wants you to take this one shot to get his views in. But now keep in mind, one of his best friends, he's on record, one of his best friends is Sean Hannity. Now, Sean Hannity has quite a few friends, although I have Sean Hannity on record, him, Bill O'Reilly, and Combs, others, as cold-blooded racists in many instances. But they will do a select, like they'll take a J.C. Watts or an Armstrong Williams as a co-anchor or co-buddy for a few days, a few weeks, a few years. He's not going to stay there. This is the thing about conservatism that bothers me. They will hold you for a year. As long as you have usage value as a conservative, for an example, Armstrong or Colin Powell. Even Colin Powell lead for a while, and then he got all the way back against the wall, and then he bailed out on his few years and say, I'm going to ride with Obama on this one. Y'all got two, what they call right-wing conservative or ultra-conservatives. There's 3 or 4 or 5 definitions that I have found of conservative, including the ultra-conservative, the physical conservative, and the just plain ordinary conservative. Sean Hannity may be written as an extreme conservative because he never lets up. Him, Rush Limbaugh, Michael Levine, Michael Savage, a few more you might want to put in the pot. But Stephen A. Smith is distinguished because of his skills and ability as a sports commentator, you know, as a guy that can go into ESPN or go into on Fox Sports and do a thing. And as we know, many anchors have been adopted a lot of Fox and been able to have a good relationship with the people, simultaneously doing a balancing act, basically as a journalist, whether it's news or sports, and still stay on. Brown did a great job. He's done Super Bowls and he's been at the top, but has a much greater relationship with the community than Stephen A. Smith. And although I do like Stephen A. Smith, it's just something about him, that subtleness, the calm that he brings to the, you know, to the whole, he lights it up with his calmness and his skill and ability to make the point, get the point, and keep it on and stay on point. I think is what made him. I mean, he's on record. Some say up to $100 million a year, anywhere 30, 40, easily up to $100 million, and he may generate from other avenues while simultaneously giving something back. So that's my admiration for Stephen A. Smith. My plug for Saturday, and top of the rising to all of you. Hope you're successful in all your endeavors, especially on this side.
So do you agree with him? The conversation is in regards to him suggesting that all black people should vote Republican just at least one time, but everybody just voted Republican because they voted Democrat and never received anything out of it. That is his case. Do you agree with that?
No, ma'am, I do not, because of my aforementioned statements that all forms of conservatism, in my estimation, is a threat to we people, a threat to black people. They will hold you as long as your value lasts, as long as your utility lasts. They can use you to get to the next level. They have stumped on every conservative that I can mention, including J.C. Watts, Armstrong Williams, Colbert Powell, etc. And those are just the facts as I know them. Others may see things quite differently, but I see the GOP not as a friend to we the people. And I am saying that the Democrat in modern times, you have a whole congressional black caucus. What is your Republican black caucus? That should be a statement in itself. The Democrats have been much more user friendly. But you've produced a Hakeem Jeffries and easily go and say Judge Al Green of Houston or John Lewis of Atlanta and Alabama. So it's not easy, but I'm looking for my players at the GOP, and they're almost down to zero. There are a few. Of course, Turner at the token position at HUD is about all we can utter at this hour. That is the argument, and that's why I say my.
Okay. My.
I forgot my last my. This man. But this is a great topic for Saturday.
Hi, hello.
Excellent topic.
This is Black.
Hi, hello.
Okay, Black. Hi, Black.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and
Dr. Rosley.
it's too many concrete outcomes. I mean, black folks historically have been socially conservative, but we had to be politically liberal because of protections against discrimination and so many other things. Like the tangible outcomes from these Republican presidents, like from a recession standpoint, 10 out of the last 11 recessions have been under Republicans, and black folks are disproportionately impacted by these layoffs. Black folks get laid off more often. When we look at even the lawsuit against Trump and his administration for federal employees, all those layoffs, 75% of them have been black. And there's strong evidence that there's still significant discrimination. Google just had a settlement for $50 million for a discrimination lawsuit. So between that, erasure of black history in our school systems was actually American history. School lunch program pullbacks, to feed the poor in school, which helps everyone out that's poor. And even, federal employment, and that's for a lot of black folks, that's a way to get to the middle class. All this stuff really negatively, disproportionately affects black folks. And a lot of things that black people talk about, even the folks on the stage, is things that really politics don't impact. Whether it's the gay community, which is such a small community, about 5 to 6%, trans less than 1%. As a straight man, that don't have nothing to do with me. Whatever somebody does in their bedroom, but either way, it's I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. Also, Voters' Rights Act. Like, we can go on and on and on of so much that's already happened in this past less than a year and a half. So it should be obvious. I think a lot of people in these conversations say, well, you got bread, does it impact you? And that really shows their mindset. It really shows their mindset of how individualistic they are to, trade in their people for a few, pieces of silver. And I'll...
Thank you, brother. That was good, Black. How you doing? Hey, Spinoza, how are you?
Shalom, beloved.
Shalom. Did you want to speak on Stephen?
No. Not right now.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Band has officially checked out, so...
What did y'all do to band today? Hey, you don't have an A and B selection?
We didn't do anything to him.
What did they do? that's what happened.
No, I don't believe that.
You think that nigga can do 100 push-ups?
I do. Ever since we saw the Mom Donnie video. I mean, most people can't do 100 push-ups uninterrupted.
Okay. You think he can? You think he can do 2 sets of 50?
I think so, yeah.
I don't.
I mean, he says he works out and does push-ups fairly often, so that's not that hard a feat.
Okay, for you, yeah, but 2 sets of 50?
Way to believe, Spinoza. Way to believe.
No, I don't believe.
You do it. You do it, Hurricane.
I don't even know that I could.
Hurricane's lying to you, Brooklyn. Of course he can.
No. Well, no. I honestly don't. I don't think so. 2 sets of 50, good reps. I'm talking technique. I'm not talking cheating, Spinoza. I'm talking about, so I'm not using momentum. I'm talking about real reps. 2 sets of 50. I don't know that I could.
Well, you can do 3 sets of 33. I got +1.
I'd have to cheat to do 2 sets of 50.
Long brother Spinoza, Malaikum brother Lefa.
Shalom.
Oh, Spinoza deadlifts like, I don't know, 12, 15 pounds or something crazy.
No, that's not true.
He can bench like, I don't know, 550. 550 pounds.
I'll take a crack at it. Here's a question for the state. And then, by the way, I do not agree with Stephen A. Smith. But could his logic be, should black people all vote Republican in an effort to try to teach Dems a lesson? Like, we ain't fucking no more. And mind you, yes, this might be to our demise. Should we all say, fuck it, we're gonna not support any Democrat? He said just once. I'm trying to see what his logic is in saying something as crazy as he has said in the clip that we listened to about 4 times. So that's my 2 cents.
Potentially, the logic is to preserve friendship on both sides or something of that sort. Because his conservative friends or associates, this guy is potentially with his network and with some of the contributions that he makes, he preserves a fairly good relationship on the left, or if you say with Negroes and the Democrat. And then if he makes that statement, that would maintain his relationship with the right wing or the far right or the right wing ultra conservatives. See, the rich man doesn't go to a wealthy man's party when you really study these things. And those bedfellows, like you have a Sean Hannity and a Bill O'Reilly type, or again at extreme, a Michael Levine and a Michael Savage type. And that leaves a kind of mixed menu there that you can still work in that atmosphere. For an example, the Republican Party doesn't have say Michael Steele on board at this time. That's probably the best example you could make.
Should have Michael quick ambassador, please. Let the Brit wanted to go next, and then I'll go.
Oh, Washington. Well, I'm over. Because I listened for a long time to be able to contribute. But bottom line, they don't have, a Ron Brown would build a Democrat Party. A Michael Steele would build a Republican Party.
You're getting a bit of
Ron Brown gets killed and Michael Steele gets booted out. So there's your usual value, and I'll land my plane just on the facts. That's it. My. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Oh, Brooklyn, you can go first, and I'll go after you. I wanted to just say that. See.
Say it again. Say it
What do you
again.
think about it? I'll be back.
So, is there anybody that agrees with Stephen A.'s analysis?
Did he even have?
We did have a few people that was on stage that did agree earlier.
I don't know if they agreed though. They couldn't even stand on business. and that's the part that I wanted to get at. But I want to let Britt go first.
I really don't understand, I guess, trying to tease out why a conservative man would tell black people to vote against their best interest by voting for Republicans, outside of he's a conservative man who's aiming to get black people to do conservative things. I think that, especially as black people, if we're not looking to the fact that there are a lot of black people who live in the South, who live in states that are ran majoritarily by Republicans, and regardless of whether or not these black people vote for the Republican Party, the fact still remains they live in states that are overwhelmingly Republican-led throughout all sectors of government, be it the legislative, executive, or the judicial branches, and all of those states are shitholes. They all rank poorly as it relates to education. There are precious few states that have good economic mobility, but outside of that, they're shit. And so the idea that somebody from New York who lives in a blue state as a conservative is going to then tell other black people, regardless of where these black people are, to vote for conservatives, as if there are not clear-cut cases of black people in conservative states being fucked. I think it's just a conservative person trying to carry water for conservatives and saying bullshit that doesn't make any sense logically. That has no bearing in the material reality. And this idea of punishing Democrats, you're not going to do that. You're just going to punish yourself.
Yeah, that was Devon introduced that part to the conversation about if you think it's a thing where he's trying to punish Democrats. But what I recall from the clip was he was saying he's trying to make it, he wants that to happen so that both parties have to fight for black people's votes. Both parties know that they have to fight for black people's votes. So that's where I'm trying to kind of collect my confusion and figure out, I don't know if it's so much as he's trying to punish the Democratic Party. I don't really think he's trying to do anything because what he's saying is very ridiculous, but I don't know that he's trying to like punish the Democratic Party.
Thanks for that clarity, because I didn't, we did play it a few times. I did not catch that.
Yeah.
But so you make a valid point.
That was epic.
But yeah.
I wanted to respond to Jordy real quick because,
Well,
yeah, like they have to fight for your, fight for your vote, like, sir. But you're not making a case for that, and I think that is just playing Russian roulette. We see what they got us now because some people bought into that narrative. I heard it because Trump said it during the campaign. He said, well, what do you got to lose? They ain't never done nothing for you, so give it a try, kind of thing. Remember that part, Jordy?
I remember that part, and another part that I remember is in his effort to actually start the room earlier on, one of the points that Ben made was that, and I don't want to misrepresent what he said, but it sounded like he was saying, but part of the reason why this is actually very ridiculous is because Republicans, they don't need the black people's vote to win.
Well, they definitely don't need it now with this redistricting nonsense, discrimination, for sure. I mean, it's not just Black Americans, but Latino Americans have also been hoodwinked. Now they're rounding up their relatives and families and throwing them in ICE camps. So, and they voted overwhelmingly, not overwhelmingly, but Trump carried them as well. So, I think the coalition is.
I was gonna say even if I did take that point, I don't know what Latinos have to do with the clip. I didn't hear Stephen A. Smith address Latino voters in the clip. I didn't hear that anything that he was.
He was just adding on. That's
And Trump didn't win. And Trump didn't win Latino voters either. Whatever. This app is insane.
It's okay. Well, we're grateful we have a fact checker.
I know it's okay, but I'm just.
No, I'm saying we're glad, and I'm just saying we're grateful that we have a fact checker. That's all.
You're right, First Lady. Thank you.
Hey, Judge Jamal.
hey, happy Saturday, everybody.
Happy Saturday.
everybody's brains are covered a little bit. I caught a bit of this morning's room, but yes.
Are you able to play the clip one more time, sir? Or no?
Yeah, top of the rising to you, your network too.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's always good to hear you too.
Likewise, beloved.
Mr. Ban, are you able to play the clip again? No?
Negative.
I hate you.
Yeah, so I came in on the back end of Britt's submission, and I think I'm able to surmise from the chat. I believe we're talking about Stephen A. I'm not sure what specifically he said in regards to Black people in the Republican Party, but I'll just reiterate what I said in the chat. I don't know why people think they can go with racist. There's a case. I think it happened in Georgia recently. I forgot what state it was, where there were a lovely white couple. They harassed this Black woman and her child at their home, called them all types of racial slurs, and then they got punished by the court of law. And these are the people that they think we can reason with. But I'm not interested in reasoning with over racist. All that to say, I don't know why I keep asking where are the Black folks in the Republican Party, at least on the mainstream side. Where are you at, or where are you at in office? We see all of them are getting ready to get voted out of office. So I'm just trying to understand: are we okay with not being represented? Is this a part of the bigger strategy to get our voices heard in the party by getting elected out of our seats, regardless if we're on Democratic or Republican? I guess I don't see the forest from the trees yet, and I'm just trying to see which forest and trees we're supposed to be looking at, because maybe I might be looking at the wrong ones.
And you said this was recorded a week ago, right?
With the Stephen A. clip?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I don't know when the Stephen A. clip happened.
Oh, okay. No,
I saw it last week, First Lady.
Okay.
It was after the Calais decision was issued, First Lady.
What? Are you serious?
I think so. So, First Lady.
Wow.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Since we had people kind of coming to the stage and then into the space, and like I didn't hear this, I jumped in on the back end. What's going on is Stephen A. He had a sit down with Cam Newton. I think it dropped last week, and the clip kind of centers on him saying what he wishes is that for one election, all Black people would vote again. And the reason being, which kind of I open up to Divine's point a little bit, or what he kind of put to the stage, is that because since 1964, Black people have been giving the Democrats their vote, and then he's saying that they just take our vote for granted because of the fact that they just got it already. And then Republicans know that they're not going to get Black people's vote, so they don't care about it.
Right.
So that's just for anyone like you who kind of came in a little bit later, that's a bit of a recap of where we're going and why the room was kind of opened up, and then talking about the curious case of Black conservatives. But what I'm kind of wondering, calling the question, First Lady and others listening, is why wouldn't he say for all people to vote for Democrats?
Well, I think it shows up a position of my research on Black conservatives. When you make a statement of that caliber, and especially Gus, then that makes you cool. I'm okay. It gives you the kumbaya flag with the right-wing conservatives say, well, hey, Stephen's okay. As opposed to a view from Bob Johnson. Say, for an example, Stephen does not really take a position on reparations. Stephen A. Smith does not. You say, well, something has been this. So they will avoid the direct question, direct answer. As you saw man earlier ask a semi-conservative what was her views, and so they will not give you a direct answer on the issue, say, of reparations, as opposed to Bob Johnson, who has a few more dollars and makes a lot more sense, says that there are trillions owed in reparations and so forth. So those are the two probably opposing views of what people do who have money that may take a position, a social of Judge Al Green, and you know what John Lewis was talking about when he said good trouble. So therefore, Stephen is trying to preserve a post for himself on both sides, and then if he can bring them to the conservative posture, then he gets cheers and 2 snaps on the rewind from the Republican as well. Yeah, or conservative, if you will.
Two quick things, Jordy. I feel like it's because, especially given the idea of, and we want Dems to fight over our vote, and we're always just giving them things without getting anything. I think they don't, in their mind, it's a reward. I don't want to reward what I feel like is your bad behavior by telling everybody to vote for you. So if I do something that's completely different and vote and tell everybody to vote in mass the opposite way, we'll have to realize the benefit of me voting for you. And as a child, because to me this is all very much a childish thought, because then after that, once you see that I'm gone and you miss me or you see my value, then you'll come running back to me, and then you will come offering me things and try to fight for me to come back. I think that's probably why. And I also want to dovetail that in. I think just earlier mentioned, where are the mainstream Republicans who are about to get voted out? There's a clip, I want to say a few weeks ago, Lee Hunt on some, yes, and he was getting interviewed about what does he think about the black Republicans who are voted out, and like how does he feel about that? He said he didn't give a shit. That did not matter. And for me, this is what Stephen A. Smith you're advocating for. You're advocating for folks to vote for a party where the captured black people who are already over there don't give a fuck that they're all about to get kicked out of the house. Don't give a fuck about the fact that they will no longer be representing their constituents representing black people on behalf of their own party. They don't give a shit. And so, if that's the level to which things are over there, how does that espouse any sort of progressive movement forward for black people? How does that then achieve or benefit us in any material way, where any of the goals that we have for the future or any of the things that we've lost that we might want to try and reclaim, how do we get that with a party that doesn't value its blacks, that its own blacks that are there think to themselves, well, it doesn't matter if we're here or not? What future is that?
That's well stated. He plays it more like a 76ers or a Knicks basketball game if he's calling the shot. But this is our political life. I think would be a gallant statement from a guy like Bob Brown or one of those money brothers would challenge him and say, well, why don't you, if you believe in that conservatism, then why don't you challenge the GOP to produce a black caucus among the GOP, and then we can have some fair, well-rounded politics as opposed to a lopsided equation in favor of white conservatism.
Thank you. So, Brett, I can't tell you what it will bring you, but I definitely can tell you that it will not be bringing the wonderful gentleman that thought that they were going to create this tax write-off for men who were, if they taking care of their kids and they paying child support. I think they were supposed to get like this tax write-off or something or another. I think that was some of the things that they were touting, and black men were like, oh yeah, he's going to do this for us, he's going to do that. Also, with the, if I'm not mistaken, early in the conversation, they said now if you're not paying child support, they might take your passport.
So, First Lady, actually, let me go ahead and let them go. I'll go after. Go.
So, want to take your passport. And I just want to talk about people buying into things without doing the investigation. Because that's what I'm hearing here. Even though I know I was a part of a lot of spaces where, being educated was given. I just try to understand where's the disconnect in the communication. If someone's challenging you to look at things from a different viewpoint, when do you wake up to look at that thing? Once you're in slavery again? I don't understand that. I really and truly, instead of ignoring it and just want to be whole to what you think you know, but then when the evidence gets pointed out, you want to ignore it over and over and over again. And in this situation, it doesn't seem to be touting that way. I don't know who's off from you, but
It's ambassadors.
they squirming in their chair and listen to Sade.
It's Ambassador.
I got it. I don't know what's going on with
Oh, I'm sorry. My finger hit the mic.
Okay, thanks. That helped it. That helped the situation a lot. I'm just sitting up here with two male mods. I'm sitting in the middle, and they've gone to sleep at the wheel. So I just want to say I thank the people that are on stage, and I thank the go. Be in the conversation because these two knuckleheads, I don't know what's going on. They getting ready for Mother's Day. Ain't that about a monkey? So, if you guys don't want to stay on this conversation, we don't have to drag it anymore. We can move on, and have another.
I'm cool with it. I wish that it was a little bit more productive earlier on, some of the actors that came on stage. But Britt, if you don't mind, going back to the Stephen A. thing and the kind of the notion that it's kind of ultra ridiculous. The clip also goes on to, he reveals that the motivation behind his take, as childish and ridiculous as it seems, is because of the fact that he perceives that the black people are the only community in this country that don't have representation. And so it just strikes me as really, really odd that his suggestion for all black people to vote Republican would be a mechanism to increase representation. A lot of hard time connecting the dots.
Jordy, did he? Oh, I'm sorry. Were you about to say something, Britt?
You can go first, and then I'll go back to what Jordy.
No, I was wondering, did Stephen, because I only saw the clip on Instagram or something, I didn't watch the interview. Did he expound on, did he go further after he said that we should do this so that Democrats fight for our vote?
No, I think that's what he implied that both parties, he said that both parties should, because the Democrats have 90% in the pocket, they don't have to do anything. And so, because Cam Newton, I don't need to go on. Yeah, he did. It was like 10 seconds. It's the thing you've heard many times before. Yeah.
So did Cam ask, okay, so do you expect us to, like the scenario?
No, I'll just tell you what he asked. No, because the question is the question was, do you worry that your politics will hurt your career? And then he went on about how he's doing great and he's the shit. That's exactly how it went.
That's so fucking stupid.
That's what I'm saying. That was the point. Like, that's why, it's actually hard to have a conversation with a black conservative for more than 10 minutes on substantive issues. It just gets into banging and you're on a plantation and I call them a coon, or they call you a slave and you call them a coon. They actually cannot have a substantive conversation because they don't have any values. Or political values.
Right.
Outside of the gay stuff, outside of a couple of things, but, your mama don't like me talking to Brian, but at least if I talk to Brian, we can get a couple citations. We can actually have a conversation. Did you hear the conversation with the black conservatives this morning in Nisa's room? Absolutely insane.
No, I don't go in there.
They said the reason why the Supreme Court got rid of the Voting Rights Act is because it was a temporary stopgap to deal with overt racism. But since we'll always have racism, getting rid of it was honoring the civil rights activists of the 60s who were fighting for it.
Who the fuck said that?
Anthony, and other black conservatives.
Okay, that makes sense.
And they never read the Voting Rights Act either.
I will give him to that. At least he conceded to not reading Article 2 of the Voting Rights Act, so he really didn't know the context of why it happened. But yeah, that was their rationale. And that's kind of where I always just jump off the conversation, because we can get off of the fighting for the vote thing. So okay, let's just I'll meet you halfway and be okay. Let's make them fight for the vote. So when you look at everything that the Republicans are espousing today politically, like, do you think that things that Black people prioritize, do you think it's even in the wheelhouse of things that we can get them to concede on? Like almost all the things that I hear Black people want is almost antithetical to everything that the Republican Party currently stands on. So it's just like, how are you going to get? How are we going to get our small pocket of people to shift an entire party's political position on the issue because we make a mass migration? Like, it doesn't make sense. So it only makes sense to go with the party who's closer in proximity to your views and work your way there, as opposed to going to the complete opposite side and trying to get them, to concede on that issue. For example, like the whole reparations thing. Like, reparations, we know at face value is a redistribution of wealth. Like, the Republicans don't believe in that concept to begin with. So when you're trying to have a conversation about reparations, you think you're gonna get the Republicans to give Black people reparations? Absolutely not.
I mean, the odd thing is that Stephen A. Smith and people that say that, so if every Black person, let's say it goes 90-10 the other way, that probably gives Republicans, I haven't done the math, but I'm going to guess anywhere from 63 to 73 Senate seats. Might be more. You give them massive Senate majorities. Y'all worried about the SAVE Act? Imagine what Republicans would have with 70-some Senate seats. A 80-seat majority in the House, 70-seat majority in the House. And then you think that the elections are going to be fair coming back for Democrats to then fight for it? That doesn't even make any sense. But it's because Stephen A. Smith doesn't know politics and it's just rhetoric. And people do a contrarian thing to make themselves seem smart. Well, that's it.
Yeah, that's why when I asked you, did he expound and did Cam ask a follow-up question? Like, if we just take this to its conclusion, there's no dimension. If we vote for J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio in the next election, that we have a better time than we're having now. Like, we'd be completely fucked.
Yeah, that's because they only think about the political side, because that's where the fun and the money is. They don't think about policy. So why would anybody, given what the Republicans are doing now in foreign policy, this is the Republican foreign policy, an Iran war. Why do Black people get this more? That just makes no sense. Because they're not thinking like that. Stephen A. Smith said he got all this money. Stephen A. Smith doesn't realize he's a beneficiary of the very civil rights infrastructure that conservatives are knocking down every day. He thinks the Black version of Stephen A. Smith was making $100 million over 5 years. Like, what world do these people live in? I don't know, man. I mean, it's an uninformed world. Whatever. I'm done.
Here's a question for you. Do you think that it was a genuine take, or do you think it was just a grift?
What's the difference?
That's a good question. He said it, so it doesn't matter.
If you're saying from the people in the previous room, I believe I think it's a very genuine take. If you're talking about the celebrities, I believe it's just a grift.
Okay, thank you. And
I think it's a mixture. Well, I think it's a mixture of both.
I'm not talking about Canthony or I'm talking about Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, well, Stephen A. I think it's both. I think it's genuine, and I think it's a grift. I think he genuinely feels that way, and I think he also knows it's going to make money for him, so he's going to lean into it. But I do think those are his genuine thoughts. It's unfortunate that those are his genuine thoughts, but I believe those are his thoughts.
I hear you. I just think it's weird because if you kind of analyze it and you see this isn't really feels and the points that Ben is making about like him being a beneficiary of the voting rights act that's being gutted and all, it's kind of jarring. But
can we stay there for a second? Because do you think that when people do this, like for instance, let's say that Stephen started out as joshing around or trolling around, like you all like to say, and then it becomes a thing. It's like, oh yeah, that sounds good. You know, people like that shit. They're buying into it. And then you don't even think about the damage that it's causing. Because I don't think when he's saying this, he's thinking about the negative downside of it. I think he's only looking at his pockets. That's my point.
That would be the grift.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But why does it matter that it might be a grift? I don't understand why people. Why does that matter?
Well, I mean, some people just like to talk to other points of the conversation outside of why it matters to whomever.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying, but why does it matter to people that it's a grift? Why does it matter that? Why do they care about the person's innermost intentions when the impact of what the person is saying is easy to see?
Give me a mind real quick, because I'm about to kick Hurricane out.
Why?
So you got me blocked out my own fucking house?
No. Hold on.
Yeah, you do.
It's a mistake. I don't use this account a lot, so.
You better fix it.
So listen, my other account, for some reason I can't get in this room. I don't know why. Ever since the glitch of
Fix
days
it.
ago, I fixed it. Patty, relax.
What's going on? Jesus.
Patty trying to play with me.
No, I'm not playing with you. You're playing with me.
Tell
You better
Paul,
figure it out.
tell Paul and Rohan to fix Clubhouse.
But to answer your question, Hurricane, I think, at least for me, I like to know whether or not someone is being genuine or if it's a grift solely because that lets me know how much effort I can put into like unpacking the intentions of the conversation. Like, is there a bridge to be built here? Because if I know you're grifting, I just know there's no point in me engaging because I know you're just doing this for a money play, and your intentions could. So at that point, it's like, okay, why are we having a conversation when I know you're just doing this to make money off of what you're saying, or you're doing it for the attention, the views, the clicks, the likes, whatever the case may be, as opposed to, okay, if you genuinely feel this way, let's figure out why you genuinely feel this way, and then there might be a way for me to shift your perspective even just a little bit.
And to add on to that, because
both of them are taxing, but I think there is more fruit in engaging somebody who genuinely feels that way, as opposed to somebody I know for a fact who's just grifting.
That's a good explanation. Go ahead, Joy.
I don't know that the line between the two is so clear. Just
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of how some people have their own way of viewing things. So I can understand, where Justice coming from, because some people will not engage in a conversation any further or take what that person is saying because they know that this person doesn't understand the depth and understand that this is just bull crap. So instead of me wasting my time having a conversation with you about it so that you can continuously further your views, especially if you're not going to listen to the opposing side, then the grift conversation matters because it's just like, man, you're just doing this for clicks, for money, whatever.
Essentially, First Lady, if you call in the question, look at the title of the room, and you knew what it was before it got changed. If the conversation is stemming out of this use case of Stephen A. Smith's little sit down with Cam Newton and what he said, if it's a grift, and if this is just what he's doing as a grift at large on the different outlets and platforms that he speaks on, I think it's like one thing, and it's kind of like the buck kind of stops there because you already know what it is. But looking at the title of the room, if it's not just a grift, if there's actually substance behind it, if there's actually real POV, then you can actually at least make an attempt to understand this black conservatism, or the notion of it. You might have something to talk conservative really, really stands.
Yeah, because you can peer into somebody's mind and ascertain exactly what's motivating them. Every single thing motivating them to do something, you can peer into somebody's mind and see.
No, maybe not, but that would be the point of having a conversation.
Exactly. So it doesn't really matter if it's a grift or not, because you can talk to the person and have the person tell you in real time what's motivating the person. You can listen to them state their reasons explicitly, or you can draw inferences based on what they tell you. The whole grift thing to me just seems like a lazy way to dismiss what somebody's saying. We can take the time to talk to the people and find out why they feel how they feel. Or, if we're curious, we can just ask questions. We can analyze what they're saying so that we can learn more about them and their influence. The whole grift thing, it's sloganeering, really. That's what it is to me. It doesn't help.
Well, it's nice to know that you feel that way, but maybe that's why you're not asking for the distinction.
Please, I asked for the distinction, but one wasn't given that was persuasive to me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that you've been disappointed by the level of persuasion.
I'm not disappointed. It's fine.
I just have one comment on the whole thing with the grifting versus sincerity conversation. I earnestly don't care either which way, right? Because if your opinions, if your thoughts are uninformed and are, nonsensical to me, then that's what they are. I think the only difference is that within in a meta sense of things, somebody who has sincerely held beliefs that for whatever inferences you're able to make, you're able to ascertain that, hey, this is sincere, you're just sincerely an idiot, versus if you grift and if at every turn you are changing your stance, changing your opinions, changing everything in effort to be in the right, in effort to win the conversation, in effort to get a dollar, get a dime, monetize whatever, then you're just a money-hungry idiot. Either which way, you're still an idiot to me. It's just a difference in, at a very meta level, what your perceived motivations are.
I hear you, Britt. If that's the case, then what's interesting is if it's the grift thing and they're an idiot, then the sloganeering is they're a grifter, and then if it's the other way, then they're just another type of idiot, but you're still writing them off, sloganeering them in that direction anyway. So.
Oh yeah, to be clear, I want to, in going with what Hurricane says, I'm going to write it off. You will be written off. The sloganeering, it's already there. You already said it.
I hear you. Yeah.
Me taking the next step to be meta and then trying to figure out where your motivations are and all that other shit. To me, the asking the questions to figure out why you think that way, that to me is why are you doing that? What does that even matter? You're not changing their minds, you're not changing their hearts. They said what they said and they meant it. Y'all had very sincere conversations with certain individuals on this app, and they have agreed with y'all stances when y'all get down to the corner of why they think that the way that they think or whatever, and then they come back and they double down on the same bullshit the next day, and they get kicked out of the room and blocked for a few days, and then they come back on their bullshit, right? So their motivations for saying what they say, it doesn't matter. That's who they are.
So, Jordy, I'm looking at Stephen A. Smith's YouTube page. He has 1.36 million subscribers.
Okay.
So whenever he posts a video, a large number of people will listen to what he has to say.
Right.
He has a lot more influence over the American public than I do.
Right.
Why does it matter why he says the shit that he says? He has a lot of people listening to him. And so he has the potential to mislead large groups of people. It doesn't matter why he says it. If he is helping to push the false narrative that the Democratic Party has done nothing for black people, and that as a result, black people should matters. Intent for trying to prove criminal liability or civil liability. But if we're just talking about people using their public platforms to mislead people or to lead people in the right direction, what matters is the impact of what they say and do, not the motivation behind what they say or do.
Yeah, we're aligned there. Maybe I don't know if there was any misunderstanding that I thought that it mattered why he's saying what he's saying if it ultimately leads to the same destruction. Me just posing the question of if it was just a grift, is because I kind of just look at it as if Stephen A. Smith is going on and saying this. It's like if he's just doing this for money. I don't know that it really helps me understand the curious case of Black conservatism, which is what the room initially started out as. The title had changed, but we were trying to talk in that direction. And there were people who came up on stage, I guess they're Black conservatives. And it was hard to get answers out of them. So all I was saying is that if it's the likes of somebody who was a grifter and their baseless viewpoints, they don't make any sense, but they don't even believe in it, they couldn't even attempt to provide the understanding. As you made the point before, if you want to understand, you can ask people questions. But if it's the likes of a grifter, you couldn't really even ask them questions to get an understanding of like, where are you coming from? So that's why I posed the question.
There are people who believe things deeply who don't understand why they believe what they believe.
That's true.
Stephen A. So Stephen A. perturbs you guys? Like y'all don't really care for him?
Okay.
You said what?
Hey, your mama.
Yo.
Peace to the gods. Peace to the gods. Peace to the queens.
I think Stephen A. actually gets a bad rap, man. I don't really see any Black person that gets to the top of their field get any kudos from our community, and it's really weird. I don't know why. Like, does he have some takes that I don't really agree with? Yeah, that's true. But like, I just think that like, damn if he do, damn if he don't. You know, and like for a bigger like thing with me is like, why is the people that rise amongst us, why are they ostracized so much? Like, why do we turn on them so much? That's so concerning to me. Like, they gotta be perfect. Like any Black person that achieves has to be perfect, or we just destroy them. Like we are cancel culture. Like Black people's cancel culture. So
Hurricane, you can deal with it. I don't feel like it.
No, I mean, so to be fair, you know, I'm an effete homosexual. I'm not.
Say that again.
I'm an effete homosexual. Okay.
No, they don't know. They Googling right now.
I'm not like Ben, so I'm not good at engaging with nigga babble. I've never been. I can't do it, so I don't know. But yeah, I'm in a
This is nigga Bob Brooklyn, got you.
Brooklyn, you wanna?
Listen, I can't.
Here's the issue. Go ahead first. You know what I'm
Because that wasn't, it was Brit, but
When you say you're a fake homosexual, that means like being disrespectful is like.
no, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. I know that.
Call me a nigga.
No, he didn't call you a nigga. He said what you were doing is a nigga babble. So if I can finish talking without you interrupting me as if I don't matter, that would be great. I think that. Yeah. Shut up.
What? Whoa. Slow down.
I said what I said. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? And you got disrespected. And you got disrespected. I'll tell her right after I tell you.
I know, that's why she.
I'll tell you first though. No, I'll tell you first though. So anyway, I do not understand this idea that Black people are out here canceling celebrities or the in quotations the elites when they are multimillionaires who, to tell you the truth, they wipe their ass with all of this boohooing that we're doing in the room. Like, this conversation is not going to cancel a Stephen A. Smith. It's not going to broadly impact a Stephen A. Smith. Nobody has done anything or said anything that overall will be harmful to the profile or denigrated Stephen A. Smith. So to come into the space and act like because people are being critical of the words that this man is putting into the political atmosphere with very little political education and offering it as a solution to systemic harms without broader thought as to what then happens after that and how Black people could be broadly more negatively impacted. People talking about that and having criticisms or critiques of that is not them then canceling that man and then not up and it's not a level and it doesn't rise to this thought of and we're not engaging in celebrity worship. I do not know what's going on in the community, but I'm about to have to put my celebrities down and put the pop culture bag down and get into a y'all are worshiping these people as false idols bag on and put my kufi hat on and get real disrespectful because I don't know what's going on. It's getting...
Yeah, real quick, that guy. This is Black. Like, I think you're obfuscating someone's personal success with them harming the collective of the Black community. Like, if you look at Clarence Thomas and shit, you know, he's a Supreme Court justice, but he has really fucked us up. Like, when we look at Smith, especially when it comes to potential young voters, people on the fence, people who are uneducated, which typically end up being conservatives, that's a statistical fact. It could, you know, what's already happened is set us back decades, millennia.
But don't you think that they shove a microphone in certain
if you don't understand the impact...
One second, Captain. He was finishing. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, brother. Like, if you don't understand the impacts that just this last year and a half has had, you know, whether it's the civil rights rollback, the voting rights rollback, whether the recession, which disproportionately affects Black folks, the government layoffs, which were 75% Black folks. And a lot of these jobs are some people's, you know, pathway to middle class. Like, and a erasure of Black history, which is actually American history in our school systems. Free lunch programs for people who can't afford lunch. Like, kids. Like, what the fuck are we talking about, brother? Like, if you don't get it, I'm saying for it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never listened to nothing he said other than talk sports. Like, I've never cared about anything he said. Like, I've never in my life, like, heard him talk about politics and it influenced anything I think one way or the other. And I think that this is a bigger issue than him talking about politics. The fact is, who's listening to him? Like, I don't understand why he even, like, looked at to even speak on politics. So, like, I get what you're saying. I just don't know, like...
Oh, so you haven't seen him on the political stages?
Yes, but, like, my point I'm saying is, like, I never listened to him. Like, I never, like, because I don't
that's you.
like that.
And that's you, which is good. But there are other people that might look at him. Like he talks sports and he talks politics. Some people are into that. So I understand that you don't, but some people do.
So you're saying that because he's on television, right? Like, so you're saying
I'm saying that because it's true.
I'm saying, like, what I'm saying is, like, you're saying because he got a broad platform that what he says hold more weight?
Not with me. I don't put any of these people on a pedestal. I get zero rants.
People talk about Kanye, I'm like,
exactly. But between you and I'm telling you that there are people that exist outside of the way you and I think. That's what I'm saying. That's the reality that we're dealing with. That's the conversation.
Okay. I got
yeah, because it's dangerous, you know, to say these things, and then when people go and do it, then, you know, it's even worse. So, and if you have a platform that, it's really stupid. Go ahead.
So, Captain, one of the problems with Stephen A. Smith's recent remarks about the Voting Rights Act is that his critique of the Democratic Party is something that disaffected black voters repeat during the election last year. And so we're concerned that he might influence others given the size of his horn. He's not. Okay. That makes a lot of sense, because when I spoke to a Jewish man, that is the same thing he said his issue with Kyrie Irving was. He said the same thing you're saying right now. Yeah. I understand that. I understand what you're saying. Yes. He told me that Jewish people as a whole didn't have a problem with what Kyrie Irving said. He said, but it's only 14 million of us worldwide. And Kyrie Irving has a platform of about 18, 19 million. And he was like, yo, we just concerned that if I walk out a random gym, people won't just start busting people, hitting Jewish people upside the head or just randomly attacking us because that he posted that. So, like, I understand you a little bit better now. Yeah, but let's try to get even more understanding. One of the problems last year during the election was low voter turnout. There were people who simply chose to sit out. And many of those people who chose to sat out because they said both parties are the same. The Democratic Party has done nothing for us. You guys say the Republican Party. Let me finish, sir. You people say the Republican Party is bad, but as far as we're concerned, the two parties are the same, so we're not going to vote at all. That was a big problem. And arguments like the ones made by Stephen A. Smith recently only support that false, dangerous narrative about the two parties not being different, being alike, not being deserving of our support. When the truth is that although both parties aren't perfect, one party has done significantly more to protect black people and to help them for a very long time. That's what the facts show. So I'm not making stuff up. I'm just talking about the facts. So if we have a black person with a large platform lying about the facts, we have a problem. I can understand. I understand what you're saying now. It makes a lot more sense, man. I don't like entertainers talking about politics either. I just don't listen to them. But I can understand what you're saying.
I appreciate that. That is what I call effective communication. Thank you for that, brothers. Hey, Mr. Finley, how you doing?
First Lady, I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
I am in the at least federally speaking, I'm in the camp of not both parties are the same. I think one is openly hostile toward blacks, and I think that one is inept. I think the Republicans are openly hostile, and I think that the Dems are inept, federally speaking. That is my opinion. I don't think they fight hard enough, and I think that when they get power, they squander the opportunity for pushing through the legislation by trying to be as honest and play by the rules, but the rules have changed and they have not adapted to the rule changes. That is my oversimplified version of federal politics. Federally speaking, I still vote locally, and I'm still very much involved locally and state.
Democrats pushed more federal legislation, in the first 2 years of Biden than Trump has in his 6 years. The idea that Democrats don't, I'm not saying you have to like the legislation, but we can just look at facts. I don't understand why people just refuse to look at facts. It's just untrue. They did massive reconciliation bills and bipartisan bills. They went by the change rules. In fact, Democrats are the ones that changed the filibuster rule first. It wasn't Republicans. It was actually Harry Reid on federal judges. But what do I know?
Finley, did you vote in the last presidential election? And if so, who did you vote for?
I don't vote. I've not voted in a federal election since Obama.
The first Obama,
The second one. Second.
Okay, so after the second election, you sat out since.
Federally speaking, yes.
Right. The election that led to the 3 Supreme Court justices that we all said, including Hillary Clinton, would do things like getting rid of the Voting Rights Act. That's the election he sat out 2016, where Trump got to a point. There was actually a Supreme Court justice that was waiting because his court was 4-4. So yes, that's the one hurricane. He just told you the Democrats are inept. They don't get things through. So he decided to sit out so that, and others like him, so that Trump could point these 3 people. And then when Trump does it, they act like they're against it. When it was people like him who were sitting out that allowed for Hillary Clinton to lose because the Voting Rights Act, affirmative action, child tax credit, lead pipe remediation, heirs property is stuff that black people seem to want and like. That didn't matter to them. That's the election. Yes, that's the one he said.
Yeah, shame the buyer. Yeah, shame the buyer. I didn't care for Hillary as a candidate, so shame the buyer.
Right, he didn't care about. That's right. He didn't care that Hillary was going to be gone and would be dealing with voting rights cases because of 2013. He's a lobbyist, so he knows it's better than I. Former. Well, you were a lobbyist at the time, weren't you?
Yeah,
were you a lobbyist during Holder v. Shelby County? Okay, so you're in the Matrix.
Transition up.
Okay, so anyway, yes, he didn't like Hillary, but he forgot about appointing Supreme Court justices who were on the table. So even though Hillary would be long gone by now, even if she got reelected, her justices would be there, and we wouldn't have Amy Coney Barrett, Brett Kavanaugh, and John Gorsuch. That's Mr. Finley's legacy, because that's Trump's legacy. So we might not like Hillary, but we might like the justices that she put in. I don't know, but maybe Mr. Finley's against affirmative action. Affirmative action was upheld until Trump's people came in. So it's really that simple. Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett are Trump's legacy. Trump will be dead and gone. But he knows that because he was a successful and important lobbyist.
I'm sorry I lost the election for us. I apologize in advance.
Yes, I know.
In red Florida. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but see, you apologizing, but you just came in standing on old 10.
I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
what you being sarcastic about?
Because Goat is laying at my feet.
Well, either you got it right or you didn't get it right. So
he's laying at my feet the Hillary defeat in my
laying at people like you. It's not just people in Florida. Did Obama win Florida?
Obama did win Florida, and we've not been losing.
And so maybe because people like you stopped voting.
They voted the other way. Florida went Trump. I don't think there was less turnout.
Of course
I don't think there was less turnout.
You don't think there was less turnout in 2016?
Let me look and see.
In Florida, the Florida turnout was less turnout?
Dan, question for how
any questions.
Okay. I recall that Obama did win Florida, but it was not by much. So I have to ask the question, did that voter turnout of the people that did show up to vote for him to win that state made the difference? And are they the same people that would stay home in the next election and the other elections after that? Finley, that would be a question for you.
Hold on one second. I'm looking up the turnout numbers. Obama 2 versus Trump 20. Trump 1.
And by the way, I didn't say just in Florida. I said people like you throughout the country who said they didn't like Hillary. The legacy is not the candidate.
That's fair.
Just use one person out of 350 million people.
That's fair, but I'm just saying, you're blaming the buyers, right? For being short-sighted.
No, they weren't the buyers. They were the creators. I think you had the analogy backwards. We actually put the people there.
They didn't want to vote for the candidate because they didn't buy into the candidate, and we were short-sighted. And listen, and I'm guilty of it.
What about the
I'm guilty of being short-sighted.
I was talking about
and so that's why we didn't vote.
talking about
That's why I did vote. I can't speak for the other 100 million.
But you said you haven't voted since, and you saw what
In federal elections, I haven't voted in federal elections since. No.
I know that. That's what we're talking about. Federal. All right.
I think the point here is that if you fucked up the first time and then you saw how Trump was able to submit the Supreme Court in the way that he did, it did not inspire you to then return to voting in federal elections and voting for Biden or voting in the Biden election as well as voting in this past election with Trump and Kamala Harris.
Mr. Put it in the chat. Hillary Clinton lost by 1.2%. So yeah, actually Florida does matter. Sorry, Britt. I just saw it in the chat and confirmed it. Mr. exactly right. Hillary Clinton had 4.5 million. Trump had 4.617. She only lost by 1.2%. You are quite yes, you contributed quite literally to that. I know, because you don't actually care about black people. It's phony.
Yeah, I don't care about black people. No, absolutely do not.
Because your legacy is the one that got rid of the things black people. Like as a voter, we each have legacies, right?
This is that tactic that Dems do, and they try to shame the voter. And it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's not going to inspire me to
black man. I'm talking about this black man.
It's not going to start. Well, you're taking on the.
You're pseudo.
You're taking on the. Yeah, you're doing that shaming language. You're trying to shame.
F words.
You're trying to do the shaming tactics that people do. It's not going to move.
The Voting Rights Act.
It's not going to move me.
You're not ashamed that the country got rid of the Voting Rights Act.
It's not going to move me. It's not going to move me. Go.
Right. So you don't care. I agree.
No, I don't care. You're right. I don't care. No, good try. We can all go back to slavery as far as I'm concerned.
I know. That's what you want to be because you're a special Negro because you think you fly airplanes and you wouldn't be out on the plantation.
Well, wait a minute. Mr. Finley, hold still. What about this conversation do you feel, or that has been said, that you think that someone's trying to condemn you? Help me understand.
It's the same. It's the language. Listen.
Be clear. What was said specifically?
I'm gonna be clear.
He's a little bit.
Hold on. I'm outside my house. Outside my Wi-Fi. It's the same language of because you failed to vote. All of these things lay at your feet. They're all your fault. When I fell under the same.
Okay. So that is that it?
That's it.
Is that the part that you've been condemned?
Everything is thrown at my feet.
Okay, 1 second. And you have a problem with that. So then when we actually look at the statistics, and if the statistics show that to be true, then we just shouldn't say it even though it is a truth. We should just not have the conversation about it versus you making a wiser decision moving forward. Is that what you're saying? We should just stay in our ignorance?
Listen, if I failed to see the long-term goal because of my failure to support a candidate that didn't get me to put a check next to their name, that somehow falls on my feet.
Oh,
that's crazy. That's ludicrous.
This guy was a lobbyist and he doesn't know about Supreme Court picks. It's insane.
I think
you
so.
didn't answer my question.
He's not going to answer the question.
Wait a minute, Sherry, just 1 second. Why are you choosing not to answer my question? Is it because you don't want to deal with the truth? Help me understand.
I'm saying I disagree.
You keep putting everything in a pot. I asked you a question. I'm going to repeat it again. I'm asking you, in fact, I can show you the statistics to show that when people don't vote,
I'm aware I'm aware of the consequences of not voting.
Okay.
I'm aware of that. Right. And again, I admit to being short-sighted. I have no problem, acquiescing to my faults, right? But to lay it at the voters' feet, right? When and again, I can be short-sighted just like anybody else can. I understand that I was in D.C. and kind of felt nauseated and got blind to the game. Yeah, fine.
Lay it at their feet. So then where should they lay it at? So then where should they lay it?
To the party.
If you understand, so you understand it, but to what party?
Listen, this falls at the feet of the Dems. For sucking at getting their voters out. Right. That's at the end of the day. That's who I put the fault at.
So if the Democrats are saying, X, Y, and Z, and if the other guy wins and we don't win, you're going to lose X, Y, and Z, or they're going to do X, Y, and Z. And if we win, we're going to do X, Y, we're going to do A, B, and C to protect X, Y, and Z. If that's not motivation enough, and then we saw the Supreme Court do X, Y, and Z, and people still weren't motivated. So at a certain point, it becomes, yes, it's the voters' fault because they just don't care about the things they say they care about. And that actually was where I think the conversation needs to go. I don't think that the people like Mr. Finley and others that say they care about certain things actually do care about those things, because they extract themselves from federal elections, and then people win federal elections. They go against the things that they say they want from the feds, and they still don't vote against the people that do it. It's really that simple. And so people need to be, maybe voters need to be more honest about what it is they want. So according to Mr. Finley, who was a successful lobbyist, and we all know about Merrick Garland, right? They held up the Supreme Court thing. It was 4-4. Whether you like Hillary Clinton or not, you knew who Donald Trump was because he released the list. All the people were against the basic civil rights and infrastructure. They were more like Alito. They were against all the kinds of things that they care about. If they don't care about it, then they just stop acting like they care about it. That's why the Voting Rights Act, for me, I'm upset with the old heads, because the old heads they care about. But for people like, that don't care, they don't care about it. And that's what I think the Democrats need to do. I'm going to be honest with you, they probably should move on. They probably should move on, because that doesn't seem to be what people care about. It's probably that simple.
And I think it's very lazy. One second. I think it's very lazy, Mr. Finley, for you to just say, well, I'm laying at the Dems' feet because of the fact that they didn't motivate you enough to get out and vote. However, you hear what the other side is opposing and what they want to do and what their ideas are, but yet and still, instead of voting against it, right, you're going to sit there and say, oh, well, the Democrats ain't getting me to come out and vote at all for them. That's very odd for a man your age. I'm telling you. I get it for younger people. But for your age,
But again,
you're over 30, right?
If it was as simple as messaging, if it was just as simple as messaging, why do candidates matter? If there's just a message, right? And also, since we're on this, I don't care. I guess I don't care about unions because I shopped at Walmart, even though I'm a union member. I guess I don't care about child labor because I wear Nikes and fast fashion. Correct. I don't care.
I mean, that's kind of, so what that is there's so many logical fallacies and a red herring that my head spun. So if you're in a system whereby you can't get rid of certain, well, to be fair, you don't have to shop at Walmart. So perhaps your care for unions is not as strong as you might think it is if you decide to do that. That's a different discussion. But the point was, on the Supreme Court, and you said you worked in D.C., and I take you for your word. If you knew that the Democrat, would you rather have a Democrat or a Republican appoint somebody, and they've been appointed them young, they're going to be there for 30, 40 years. The Republicans appoint Clarence Thomas. I don't understand. So because they didn't say exactly what you wanted, or because Hillary Clinton had a bad pantsuit and a nasty laugh, so you know what? I don't like Hillary Clinton, so we end up with Clarence Thomas, so be it. That suggests to me that you actually don't mind having a Clarence Thomas. That's why I am personally. I think we have to stop presuming people care about the things they say they care about. That's what I've learned on being on the internet, on this app and others for the last couple of years, is when people say they care about stuff, I don't think they actually care about it. Because I don't care if Hillary Clinton came to my porch and shat on it, took the shit and rubbed it all over my beautiful home. Well, I'm on welfare. I don't have a home. I apologize. All over my Section 8 that I get food stamps in. Knowing who was on Donald Trump's Supreme Court list was reason enough to vote for Hillary Clinton. That list was insane. Look, people say they care about the fight of black people. Voting Rights Act, effectively gone. Affirmative action, effectively gone. Organizing rights effectively gone. The prison rights, they're knocking away at those. So, we didn't like Hillary Clinton, so here we are. Here we go. So you care more about the candidate in their campaign than the outcomes for our children and grandchildren.
Amazing.
Unfortunately, like most Americans, I apologize.
Most Americans.
It is most Americans.
And the flippant attitude suggests to me that you can't actually have a good faith conversation.
Most Americans
you normally speak to people who are dumb.
Most Americans
can't have a good faith conversation.
Most Americans are not, when they vote. And again, I'm not immune to being short-sighted. Most Americans when they vote, are not thinking 8 steps ahead. Most Americans when they vote are thinking in the moment. And I fell into that same foolish.
So you were a lobbyist,
and I admit, yeah, I was thinking about getting the federal transportation appropriations done and getting the hell out of DC. That was my mindset when I was.
So what were you thinking about in 2016?
That's what I was thinking about.
For the election.
I wasn't thinking about the federal election. I had grown so sick of my environment. I just want to get my job done and get the hell out of there. I was thinking of my next phase in life. Honestly.
Okay, so you decided.
Oh, I didn't say it out loud.
Yes. I mean, so you decided that you got frustrated and you just grabbed your marbles and you went home and you just didn't give a damn. Because you didn't. You didn't care. And it didn't matter what candidate, whether I liked them or not. I'm not going home with these people. I'm not sleeping with they're not going to pay my, yes, I am a voter. It is my right to vote. And my responsibility as a voter is to make sure I do so. Whether I'm frustrated or not. Who gives a damn if you have some personal beef, some non-existent personal beef, or perceived personal beef? You just decided to walk away. And for that, you are responsible. You are responsible for your own actions. And don't turn around and say you're correct and being sarcastic, because I don't want to hear that nonsense. Get it? You, among others, decided to sit home because you didn't give a damn.
So should I go in my room and be on punishment, or what's the next step?
I told you, Sherry, it's not. He's just an asshole.
It's not worth it. I just said what I said. I said what I said. That's it.
People that don't know what they don't know stuff. He'll sit there and educate them, be the smart guy, whatever. He finally found a room with some Negroes who actually know a thing or two. So the way he gets out of conversations is through sarcasm.
No, it's not me getting out of the conversation.
What speaking to Sherry, bro?
What other response should I have? I don't understand what other response should I have.
You literally just said, I go in my room and cry. That's clearly sarcasm.
No, I said, should I go in my room and be on punishment? Because I'm being told
this is clearly sarcasm.
I'm being told this is my fault. I was short-sighted. I acquiesced to me being short-sighted. I said, yes, I was short-sighted. I admit it.
What does that mean?
I admitted that I was wrong. I said, yes, I was short-sighted. I admitted that I didn't think 8 steps ahead. I admitted that I was being selfish in the moment, which is all being honest, by the way. I'm being honest. But that's not enough. I have to still be browbeat for my poor choice.
Okay, so now you're flipping it on us, but let me...
I'm not. Listen.
One second. I'll let you speak.
Is he going to acquiesce and let you speak? Will he acquiesce and let you speak?
So I let you speak. Just let me just say this. Because the flip back is simple. Had you came in here with that mindset versus us having to, have this conversation to bring the tension about and just have the conversation and listening and then saying, you didn't even have to admit to it. But the fight that you put up, it was the fight that that God is here, that people want to get a treat. 1 second now. What? I said, okay, 1 second. So, all I have to say, I gotta go because the dog wants a treat, I think you have to take into consideration that now you're frustrated because you feel as though people are saying, well, we're landing at your feet. Yeah, because you weren't taking accountability for it. But then, when I'm speaking to you, you're like, yeah, well, I understand that. But before I broke that down, you were fighting against it as if it wasn't your fault. You know what I mean? So it was like you just had constant pushback, whereas we had to get through the pushback. And we can move forward in the conversation if you want to have the conversation. And that's where Ben is coming from. And saying, well, clearly you don't want to have the conversation because you're using this particular thing as a tactic. That's all.
I'm just trying to figure out.
We don't have to browbeat. We don't have to browbeat.
I'm saying I'm just trying to figure out what's the conversation.
Well, cool.
I was short-sighted. I made a poor choice. And you're going to repeat to me the implications of my poor choice?
No, we know the reason why you don't vote for Democrats anymore is because
I didn't say I didn't vote for Democrats anymore.
at the federal levels.
That's just not true. But
do you support
that's just not true.
marriage?
Yes. Why wouldn't I?
No, you don't. You're a bigot. Let me continue.
I'm a bigot?
Yeah, you're anti-gay. You think Dems have moved too far on
All right,
gay
don't
rights?
call him names.
So now you're just going to
heard him speak before.
You've never heard me say that.
Yeah, he's anti-gay marriage.
Listen, you have never heard me say that.
I have. Everybody else.
Respectfully, I've never said that.
Respectfully, when that's not the
I've never said that.
You have
That's
not
not the
been respectful to us.
Then
I've been respectful. I've been respectful.
No, you haven't.
I've been respectful. That's not. I'm not being disrespectful.
You've been dismissing us. You've been dismissing us, and you keep.
In any event, I am not going to blatantly lie on anybody on this stage. And so respectfully.
Then if it's not true, I got you wrong.
Don't say.
I apologize.
Yeah, you definitely got me wrong. I've never said that, though. I've never said that.
So you're pro-union. You're pro-voting rights act. You're pro-work labor. You believe in gay marriage and all of that. All of that has to be done at the federal level and upheld by the Supreme Court. And yet you still didn't vote for Democrats and won't going forward at the federal level.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like, so that doesn't mean, so how could you be pro-labor? So this is one that's really strange. Take the other ones away. I don't understand how anybody who could be pro-labor in particular would not vote for that. That's the one that the Republicans are hammering on the most through the courts, whether it's the Aspen case or other cases. They have effectively, slowly from Reagan on, gotten rid of labor. I don't know how anybody, whether you like Hillary Clinton, that would be, if I was pro-labor guy, I would be vote blue no matter who, because of that. You didn't vote for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They had the most pro-labor bill since FDR got held up in the Senate. I would imagine if I was what's called the PRO Act. Whatever, that's fine. I don't, whatever. Y'all can go, right? This is my last day anyway. Y'all good.
Yeah, I agree with most of what Ben is coming down on is natural fact that the ultra-conservative and the conservative have never made a move, not 1 inch, towards we the people. I guess the Congressional Black Caucus is proof and evidence that at least they could get the blood from a turnip with the Democrat Party. And those in the conservative, I think they have to impress somebody. And I think that's where I think we lose the baby in the bathwater, playing around with the conservatives. They are like they are all for one for all for one, and they're not going to budge from that position. At least you may find somebody amongst the Democrats that's flexible enough to, as Barack Hussein Obama said, that you can get some things done. That you can get absolutely nothing done with a GOP. Especially a Negro Republican that's trying to make a name for himself, you will get absolutely zero done. From just observing Washington, again from Truman Eisenhower to this hour, I have not seen any flexibility in the black ultra-conservative. Where I land my plane on the point that Joseph J.C. Watts, one of his fellow Republicans, is saying, my. If you can find him, sir.
ATT.
Thank you, boo.
There's been no bigger assault on labor in our lifetime, well, some of our lifetime, so after Reagan, than the Trump administration. He ran 3 times, and someone who calls himself pro-labor did not vote against that. And you're talking about not being long-sighted or long-term. That's short-sighted. That was right in front of you. You had the most pro-labor FTC in our lifetime in the last administration. It literally has nothing to do with what the Democrats do. There is a thing that has happened to black men in America, and I'm speaking to black men in particular. It's not a lot, but it has happened, where your masculinity is determined and shaped by whether or not you vote for the Democrat. And there's been an entire cultural machine that is convincing Negro men that if you vote for Democrats, you're less of a man. That manliness is not voting for Democrats because of the women, the queers, and the steers. Okay, never mind. I'm done. That's it. I can't.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Which is true. But I'll tell you earlier point that Bush and the conservatives under Reagan, Matt? Yes?
Oh, I was saying, did you cut Ben off?
Not purposefully. I said something and he yielded, but he can get it back if he needs it.
Oh, no, please. More mic on you, Ambassador.
One mic on me and First Lady and the politically correct. So I have a show called Think Tank Thursdays. And one of the major questions that came out of Think Tank Thursdays last Thursday was who had the most damage? Was it George Prescott the Bush? The first Bush won by appointing Clarence Thomas and sacrificing Anita Hill, or Donald John Trump with the 3 or 4 conservatives in the person of John Roberts and Kavanaugh etc. Who has done the most damage to we the people? And so I would ask that pertinent question of this audience: who's done the most damage? First Bush won, George Prescott Bush, ex-CIA, Vice President Reagan became president, and then the latest fiasco injustice, Donald John Trump with the appointment of Roberts and Kavanaugh. I'll land my plane just on the facts as you know them to be, as always.
It's George. Okay, you've been doing this now, Ambassador, for several days. It's George Herbert Walker Bush. George Prescott Bush was the granddaddy. He was never president, Ambassador. You've been doing so. If you're going to do your show, please at least get the names right so people know what you're talking about.
My era.
Bush. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ambassador.
My era. I know George Herbert Walker Bush Jr., the other president, and I've used Prescott to point out the first Bush is Herbert Walker. That'll play me up. Is Herbert Walker his middle name? Bush Walker.
Prescott was little baby Bush, the Texas land commissioner.
His daddy is Prescott.
Prescott was a grandfather who sold a fucking park to war to the Nazis.
But Prescott is also the young blood that was the Texas land commissioner. Also, he was named after his grandfather.
Those names are used interchangeably.
Great grandfather.
So just stop using.
Or great grandfather. My bad.
When I want to get the right correction, that's what my question is. Which
Herbert Walker and then his daddy. And then George W.
Daddy! That is home!
What's his W? The W for?
Walker.
That is home!
Okay. I can feel they move those names around slightly, but to maintain the conservative position, as opposed to Jeb Bush, again ran against them, they will be sworn enemies between Trump and Jeb Bush from Florida and Texas, but they're one and the same when they can see, you don't watch what they say, watch how they vote. And Jeb Bush and Trump will vote the same. They will argue all day and vote the same, saying bye. And against you and the Civil Rights or the Voters Act or any other act.
Somebody else was about to say something to me.
I hope I wasn't too long-winded.
Somebody else, please. Anybody.
Anybody but
You
you.
don't say something?
No.
Oh, it's Britt.
was just going to try and get us back to somewhere without focusing on someone specifically. I think I have two things. Like, this conversation has just further cemented to me why, at this point in time, voters are liars, the electorate are liars. I cannot believe a word that they say, and I will blame them for the choices that they make, because at this point, I do think that it's not even just being short-sighted or having foresight. It's just as simple as, like, you want very specific. Take, for instance, this last election. It was the economy was the alleged reason why people voted for that man. It was that gas was too high. The price of eggs and meat are high. The price of gas has skyrocketed. It was cheaper for me to buy gas under Joe Biden than it has been this entire year, just about. In particular, these past few months. In fact, literally a week ago, price of gas jumped again in the state that shut up, please. No. Get out. That's disrespectful. I'm sorry. But no, I'm talking. Be quiet. Thank you. So yeah, price of gas has risen. The items in the economy that people were so worried about that they said he was going to fix, or that they, in quotations, believed he was going to fix, he didn't fix. I can't sit over here and say, well, you were tricked, you didn't see all these things when y'all voted for him in 2016, or you sat out and watched him win in 2016, and he did the same type of fuck up. At some point, these people say the things that they support because it sounds good, because in theory, being pro-labor makes sense. In theory, being pro all of these things, being pro-voter rights act, it makes sense. But in practice, there is no practice. In actual practice, none of those things matter, because I think I'm agreeing with Ben on this point, and I think I'm starting to get a certain level of what do the kids call it, appalled about it. I'm really starting to believe that these people's material conditions do not change when all of these things fall apart. And so they don't care that the economy is going to shit. They do not care that they're getting their rights taken away, because to them, their life has not changed in any material way. So none of those things matter.
So, Britt, from my knowledge, in the beginning you said this conversation. You mean Mr. Finley, right?
No. I will say that I think even with the earlier conversation with the people who were speaking poorly to the Stephen A. clip, that man who could not say who after it was mentioned the three things Democrats did positively in the last 30 years, that man then pivoted and said none of those things matter, or none of those things meet the criteria. Like, shit like that, pilled. I can't, you're lying. They're lying. That's all you know how to do is lie. You cannot tell the truth.
Thank you.
Oh, let me just clear. Norm, before you were kicked out the other day, you said I was an anti-Semite. Can you give me the three things that I did that make me anti-Semitic?
You addressing me again?
Yeah. You said before you got kicked out.
Oh man, listen, I don't remember our conversation for the other day. I don't think of you as an anti-Semite. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
All right, cool. That's fair. That's fair. When you called me that, I was surprised. Anybody? Thank you. Anybody else want to?
I think you're thinking of somebody else, to be honest.
You literally said
you have no shortage of flaws, but anti-Semite is not one of them.
And do you have a shortage of flaws?
Yours.
Huh?
Slightly shorter than
yours. Well, you had 40 years on me to improve them.
I think you'd like to do. I'm sure you'd like to. See, there's one of your flaws right there. I'm sure you'd like to believe that.
Yeah.
Older than me. And if it makes you feel better to believe that, go right on ahead. There's no charge.
How old are you? I'll tell you how old I am. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay, so now you're lying. So the other day before...
Never to bet me. Well, thank God you would never do such a thing.
I got got you. So you said that I was an anti-Semite.
You still want? No, I never said that. And it's
Yes,
not
you
the
did.
case. No, you're full of shit.
Okay, so
You
if I
may
claim
be
that,
a liar, but you're not an anti-Semite.
Okay. What's your name?
You called us all anti-Semites.
hold on, Brooklyn, you're not even alone, girl. What's going on? So hold on. The other day when you got kicked out,
What do? You get bored, and then you lose an argument, and then you kick somebody out, and then you make up stuff like. This is your life now.
So
You want to match your wits against me and lose every time, and then kick me out? Like, think of something better to do, man.
Well, I'm working on my book.
Okay.
So I'm doing editing right now.
That's a worthwhile thing to do.
I know. So I'm doing this to pass the time. What are you doing? What are you doing at the time?
I'm cooking breakfast for my son.
Cool. So you're cooking breakfast for your son. Are you in Hawaii?
Why?
Because it's 4 p.m. Eastern. That was interesting.
So you want to come over? Are you angling for an invite?
No, I was asking about the 4 p.m. That's all.
What would you like to know about 4 p.m.?
Who eats breakfast at 4 p.m.?
Some people like to eat breakfast in the afternoon. Is that a problem for you?
I didn't say it was. I was just asking. I don't know.
Why? So I don't know. You seem to be doubling down on breakfast in the afternoon.
We got people. One second. We got people. I gotta close the stage. Oh, you guys gotta close the stage. You got all these. One second. All right, cool. No, that's okay. But when you said the other day, I was surprised. We can move on. We don't have to.
Not my position. I think you either misheard or you have me confused with somebody else.
So a lot of them, but it's okay.
Really? Did you poll them or something?
I can. Was anybody in here? One second. Was anybody in here?
Yeah, what were the circumstances?
I can tell you what the circumstances were.
Yeah.
We were going back and forth.
Yeah.
Because stop speaking what you're doing now. What are you doing?
You know what? You're just trying to be annoying. You're succeeding.
Okay.
Is this all you have to do with your time is be annoying?
Ask him a question. He's trying to answer it.
What do you want to ask me? What? What do you want to ask me?
Oh, wow. He's mocking you for saying
Not the feminist.
Haven't you engaged in no before, man?
Listen. What's going on?
he just mocked you for saying axe.
It's all right. It's all right.
Did you hear that?
Not mockery.
But why would you mock her? She wasn't involved.
I'm asking if you've ever had a sane conversation with Norm.
Sure. If you're sane, you get sane.
Every once in a while, he's saying. All right, so I'm not sure why I'm being overtalked.
My apologies for
but yeah, it's rude. And somebody's okay. So El Normo.
Yeah.
He's asking you a question. I mean,
Yeah, and I
he's
answered
speaking.
it. Now you want to ask me another dozen
No.
times?
What's wrong? Okay, so if you're not gonna have a conversation, then
We had the conversation. You want to have it again? Is it you're that bored?
okay. All right. Well, have a good day, because I'm not gonna blow.
It's a great day.
And I want you to
You
have.
too.
I want you to have a perfect one. Happy
I want you
Mother's
to
Day.
as well.
Happy Mother's Day. Because you're definitely acting like you're on your period today. I don't know what crawled in your cereal, and I don't know who pissed in it, but whoever did it, that's who you should be mad with. I don't know if you didn't get a chance to sleep with one of your ladies last night, but I didn't wake up with you this morning. So please, there's no need to be rude to me. I am not being rude to you, sir. It's no need for that. And I'm not going to deal with it on this wonderful Sunday, especially Mother's Day weekend. How dare you speak to me in such a way? I will not tolerate it, sir. I'm just not going to do it. Because I will call 911 on your ass. Okay? Not Karen. Yes, I'm going to get very Karenish. Because clearly, that's
you're getting a lot of money.
I know.
Today, and then when you blocked Crazy Guy the other day, you get money, girl.
Stop counting your coins, sis. What's going on?
Listen, I'm your accountant over here. Just
no.
I'm watching for you.
So that's the reason why I really crashed, because everybody was trying to get that money out. But anyway, so what's the conversation? Where are we? Brooke was saying something, and then everything kind of went to hell. Yeah. You know, I don't have to put it. I don't. Yeah. Go ahead.
So what I was saying, as far as Brooke, she was saying how she doesn't really believe voters when they say they want a thing, and I think that's probably true. Which is why I think the Democratic Party should really
I'm saying.
Blacks beg for it though. This is the.
I get it. But is that beneficial? To me, saying that sounds just like Stephen A. Smith telling everybody to vote Republican.
You saying that we'll get more if they act like they don't want us?
No, they just say don't waste your energy on them because they stupid. And all they do is sit there and complain and then try to put it back on the Dems. So instead of trying to chase their vote, go and get somebody else's vote. Well, at least that's how I understand it. I could be wrong.
Yeah, the movie says get rid of Black History Month. Why not? Why have black politicians? What benefit do black politicians get out of commemorating moments or personages in African American history at this point? In fact, all they get out of it is negative. They're called panderers and everything else. Look, he's like, it's the shortest month. It's the shortest month because it was a week, and it was the week where Lincoln and Frederick Douglass were a black man started. It's not because it didn't start as a month. The movie just stopped. But anyway, why not? What benefit did they get? They gave the old people the kente cloths. The CBC, I think it was, told them to do the kneel. They did it. Nancy Pelosi still gets mocked to this day. Just stop. I mean, ain't gonna be no CBC this time next year anyway. They have the members. So what's the point? This is at the federal level.
Is this a real conversation or are you guys just kidding? You're just kidding?
Well, the gerrymandering.
Never mind, bro.
No, I'm just
Lisa, the gerrymandering. Remember, the gerrymandering is getting rid of the black seats.
24 hours about it. We were up for 24 hours talking about gerrymandering. As far as like getting rid of Black history and things like that, I celebrate. That was my question. Are we just kidding? Somebody wrote it in the chat. That's what he was responding to. Oh, okay. Because I said the movie was wrote it in the chat. Okay, the movie. I don't see what you would write. I guess you're kidding the movie because it's just more and more of us just laying down. I mean, let's just forget everything. Half the time the kids don't even know what you're fucking talking about anyway when you try to talk to them about what our ancestors went through. Aside from talking about slavery, we have so much more to talk about.
That's because y'all don't racially socialize your children anymore.
And if I may, man, when I get a chance, if you can let me respond.
I can't even respond, so you can take.
Is that the movie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sweetheart. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the phone. I don't know your voice, so if you could just explain. And I'm not trying to cut people off. I'm just trying to get clarity of what you were saying.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't want to interrupt. You know, there's been a lot of people interrupting each other. That's why I just made my points in the chat or whatever. There's actually 2 points to it. I don't know if y'all are familiar when Morgan Freeman had an interview with a reporter, and he was Jewish, and he asked the reporter, why you don't have a Jewish holiday? And he says, I don't want one. He says, I don't need them. Well, I know about Hanukkah, but we're talking about like how they do Black History Month, and that's what Morgan Freeman is saying.
Jewish History Month. They celebrate it at the White House. And then they have Seder dinners and special dinners for Jews at the White House. Donald Trump just did it, the guy you like, and Mark Levin came up and called him the first Jewish president. But go
I've heard that. I've heard that.
Often tell us how Jewish people don't get celebrated. Do you?
Right. Well, no. I was just speaking on this specific interview, and Morgan Freeman, he asked, well, how do you get rid of racism? He says, just stop. Don't bring it up.
You're right.
No, I'm not saying it'll work. What I'm saying is just opinions can be infiltrated. It's just like they have an experiment called the black doll, white doll, and they gave the children a white doll and a black doll. Which one looks better? The white doll. It's just like the Ash experiment. These experiments been going on just like you had the syphilis thing with the Tuskegee Airmen, and Bill Clinton I think he apologized for it in '96. Or 2000, I can't remember when he apologized for the experiment. I'm saying all that to say, I remember the days if you voted, it was nobody's business. Now, if you like a candidate better than the other one, you're a racist. You just want him. All I did was look at 2 snakes, because all of them are snakes, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. It's just like when I went to court one time. My defense attorney's over there having lunch with the prosecutor. So all of them work together. My problem with it is, it's just like when we have a difference of opinion, oh, now you're racist. And in Memphis, they have a black Republican woman that's finna beat out this gay white man who's been there 20 years. And nobody speaks of that. It's just like if you have a black Republican, then they're not black. And I don't understand. Okay, 10 more. I only need 10 more. I'm sorry that I get a time limit, like cards. But also, like, right, the school, you're right. The school I went to, like Hiram Revels, the first president of Alcorn State, he was one of the first black Republicans representing HBs. I land my plane.
Oh, okay. So I just want to go back. You said people call you racist.
No, ma'am, I didn't say that.
What was the racist part? You said the people say that you're racist if you vote a certain way. You didn't say that?
I didn't say that at all. I said I said they disagree with you. I never said. I said get rid of racism by stop talking about. You combine 2 points together. No, I never said
that.
No, ma'am.
Oh wow. Yes, you do. Okay.
I'm sure this room will be recorded, and if y'all gonna bring up that clip, I never said you were racist by being a Republican and just because.
No, that's not what I just said.
No, you said people are accused.
Yeah, you said people are accused of being racist if they vote a certain way.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I did. Yeah, you're accused. I thought you said people. I thought you was just saying people. No, if you go to, like, if I wore a MAGA hat somewhere, oh, you like that racist man, and you should be ashamed of yourself. People get it.
But that's different than calling you a racist versus saying that he's a racist, right?
No, okay, listen, man. Listen very
I'm
carefully.
just trying
If
to.
I wear a MAGA hat, on here,
Yeah.
I will be accused of being racist, liking a racist president in the general sense. That's not my full thinking of. I just watching people get abused if they choose to be with, like the gentleman said, Van said, oh, I know that's the guy you like. It's not that I like, it's just that I preferred him over that woman that was Montel Williams' side chick.
Okay,
I don't trust her.
There you go. There's no.
That is a fact, though. She was Montel Williams' side chick.
What does that matter? Don't you have a pass? Don't you have a pass?
Somebody's side.
It's just like the Democratic guy that has.
Excuse me, sir.
You're
I let you
bound
speak
by your
uninterrupted.
past.
I let you speak.
No, you didn't. You gave me a time clock.
But before the time clock,
Go
were you
ahead.
not
I'm
speaking
muted up. Go
uninterrupted?
ahead with your.
With her.
Listen to the movie. Listen, I'm not for everything. I don't do the bang bang chicken wing thing. Okay, I'm just trying to have a conversation with you, and I'm trying to understand the crux of your argument, because a lot of times what I hear is when people are trying to defend their points, they have all these anecdotal experiences, and then they just go. They just go and they flood it all out, and then they just pour it and dump it at your feet. But when we start picking it apart and we start really looking and dissecting specifically in the areas that you're speaking in, then that's when the tables turn, because then they get frustrated. Not saying you, I'm just saying some people that I speak with, they get frustrated in the process when we start breaking it down. So you said about the people calling you a thing. Okay. So
Can you ask me a specific question, like Van said? Can you ask me a specific question that I can answer?
Misa, M-I-S-A.
Mason, how am I can? Because I'm not meter.
no.
All right. I don't mind at all if you ask me a specific question and give me a chance to respond. I will.
Okay. So why did you say there was no Jewish History Month?
Well, based on the information I've got, I don't hear either, like where I've been across the world, and I don't hear about like Jewish month like I hear about Black History Month, and they keep flooding it down your throat.
Are you black?
I'm considered black, but
Okay. Are you Jewish?
no, sir.
Okay.
I think I might have Jewish in me, but I don't know. No, sir.
Are you Asian? Pacific Islander?
Well, my dad is from South America, so I have West Indies in me.
It said Asian or Asian Pacific Islander.
No.
Okay, cool. So maybe one reason why you don't hear about certain things is because you don't belong to those groups. And some of those groups are very, very small part of the population. I think the Jewish population is less than 2%. And they're really clustered in certain parts of the country. So there's been a federal recognition of Jewish History Month for 20 years now. Just because we don't know about a thing doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Do you ever go on the White House events calendar by any chance? The movie, are you there? Okay. Yes, yeah. I know. That's all I'm saying. We're at a point now where, for whatever reason, trying to do things, if it's not exactly what people want, it actually works against you. I think they should stop trying to do things. That was my point.
And also, I want to say this real quick. I paused for a second, and I did look up something. I just really quick Google it. They go off a Jewish calendar, and since we're just like me trying to figure out the Quran if I've never read it, and it's like Ishmael and Isaac. They're two different religions. Sir,
I'm talking about the federal government. They've recognized it by Congress in 2000.
Right, and I was just asking like ChatGPT or Google, what exact month is it? And they just kept saying it's like Ramadan. They don't have like February. Like what month is it? November? Is it?
It's literally it's May. I told you it's May. I've said it 3 times.
Oh, it's the month of May. I didn't hear you say it. My apologies. My apologies. I didn't hear you.
It's okay, Demovie. Let me put it in the language you'll understand. It's in wunderschönen. 1 second. I'll put it in the in wunderschönen Monat Mai. How about that? In wunderschönen Monat Mai. I'll put it in German for you. I know that you know German.
That's funny. I have more Portuguese than French. I mean, no German.
False. Okay. So it's in May. So, enemies, with all due respect, why as a man would you listen to Morgan Freeman?
Well, again, it was a great
I hadn't
interview.
finished the question.
Okay.
I hadn't finished the question. Why? You know what? My question doesn't matter. Go ahead and say what you want.
No, I don't idolize or look at. I just intrigued by great interviews, and and I'm glad you said that because look, our community
interview.
Yeah, I thought it was between Morgan Freeman. I can't think of the NBC anchor. He's very good. I think it's from Dateline. They had some very good questions. It's about 10 or 15 years old. It's not something that happened yesterday.
Well, we've seen it. We just don't.
Okay, but what I was gonna say too. Not to go ahead and finish if you wanted to.
No, I said we're familiar with the interview. We just.
Okay. Yeah, and I just thought, but see, I was gonna say that's the problem with our community, whether you want to say black or community, because I don't really attach to African American. I think that's I made a word made by Al Sharpton or somebody because we work color. Well, I don't know the guy, but I just know we were black.
Stop with the side.
Well, okay. Well, yes, ma'am. I didn't know somebody.
Just trying to follow what you're saying. If
So
you could just.
my point is, I saw where a lot of people we look to celebrities, and I don't agree because you don't hear about us talking about a Ben Carson or a Clarence Thomas. We always go like even if you take whatever her name is, Harris, she had to go get Megan Thee Stallion to shake her ass. Like we look for celebrities. We don't look for like a Condoleezza Rice or Colin Powell. Those are all so-called Uncle Toms or something. In the media that I grew up in, it's just like when they had rainwater and all that bullshit. So I just look at, we use celebrities as an anchorage, as you're like, who they got? Little Kim, not Little Kim, what's her name? Nicki Minaj and Cardi B. One is Democrat, the other one is with the Republican. They hate Nicki.
Amber Rose.
Amber Rose, I think, what side is she on? I mean, that's what I'm saying. We use this.
The Republican side.
Okay. Hold on, let me give you 20 more seconds. 20 more seconds.
This is the man who started with Morgan Freeman, but he gonna lecture us on.
That's my point. One more,
Can I get 20 more seconds? I was saying those are celebrities. I just said that one particular interview brought up some great points. Now, moving forward, we've used celebrities for everything. Lil Wayne is on things to listen to. When I'm saying, why don't we listen to a Ben Carson, a Clarence Thomas speaking? Why we a Colin Powell, a Condoleezza Rice? Why do we don't use these people in our vocabulary anymore? I think Ben made a great point. 10 more seconds. He made a good point. He said earlier when we were looking towards, I can't remember, entertainment more. I just can't remember exactly his point. But my whole thing is we look for the entertainment purposes, like a Dick Gregory or something. Malcolm X said it best. We look to entertainers. Well, I land my plane. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You ain't letting you're into the entertainers. That's why your name is the movie.
That's very funny. I just like the name because that's what I am. The movie.
And really,
I like your intellectual insults though.
God.
Yeah, I love those intellectual insults.
All right, you got 2 minutes uninterrupted now. Do your thing. Be quiet. Go on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be long. So really, golly, I lost my train of thought. One of the things I wanted to say was, I mean, a lot of what he's saying just reminds me, and the things that have been happening all day is that I'm just very concerned about the fact that we American people seem to really be kind of just going off vibes a lot lately. And even as, you know, okay, he was getting information, Van's telling him, oh, okay, there is a Jewish History Month. He's so busy actually going on Google trying to disprove him that he didn't even hear a whole bunch of other stuff and then came back like, and people, that's the other thing that concerns me is that people think they're getting educated off of, you know, off of ChatGPT now. They think that, oh, they just have access to all the information in the world. They don't know how to process it. When somebody actually is telling you the answer, you can't even listen because you're just so ready to disprove it. You don't want to believe it. You just want to go off your vibes. That's a problem. And I don't know how the Democratic Party does move forward when people just want to go off vibes. Do they just start lying? Would that help? I don't know.
That man wrote in the chat, Democrats want men in sports. He is such an idiot.
They don't? Are you saying they don't? Are you saying they don't? Because it's proof they do. They voted against it.
Give us like 2 minutes of other people for a second.
I didn't know that Dick Gregory was entertainment. You guys, I be learning something new every damn day on this.
He was a comedian, girl.
He's a comedian, but when he's not being funny, he's not being funny. It's like, I'm not going to just look at him as a comedian. He is so much more than that. That's my point.
Yeah, he's definitely an activist, but he does fall in the realm of entertainment. Like, not that his you know, he didn't make a valuable impact, but he's definitely an entertainer.
I don't think people.
But we don't have to reduce. Yeah, we don't have to reduce him to just entertainment. I think that with the broader.
Well, I think there's entertainer and there's just entertainer. Because I don't think being an entertainer is reductionist at all. I can't be an entertainer.
In the sense that he needs it. Understand though. In the sense that he is speaking of that type of performance. He put Dick Gregory in the same entertainment lineup as Megan Thee Stallion. That's what I'm trying to make sure that we're not reducing him to that. That's insane.
So the Morgan Freeman does black movies for black people. Morgan Freeman is so disingenuous. That clip is 20-something years old. So disingenuous and so fake. This is a man who was humming Negro spirituals in glory and went around the country promoting it, ding, 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 during Black History Month. This is a man who got rich not from doing white movies or American movies, but from being a black guy doing black movies. And that's what's so frustrating about Morgan Freeman. When he started out on the stage, he was doing special black plays for black audiences in Black February. It's so phony. But again, why does having a month commemorating and remembering parts of history for people who had been excluded from curriculum, why is that offensive, especially to black people? That's what I can't get my mind around it. I would think more knowledge is better. I never hear the people complaining about having a Black History Month knowing much Black history. Morgan Freeman doesn't know any Black history. I don't know. It's just a strange thing.
They teach the same thing over and over. Eli Whitney and Malcolm had a dream. It's over and over repetitive. They don't teach us about Malcolm X, at least not down south. I had to learn that on my own. They didn't teach me about Fred Hampton. I had to learn that on my own, where they killed that young man in his sleep. And it wasn't a white man, it was another black man.
Did you go to college?
And the Democrat Party was against. They the one. I mean, you look at the history of the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
it's right there, black and
did
white.
you go to college, the movie? Did you?
Does it matter if I did? Yes, I went to college.
What did you study?
General studies.
Your major, you got a bachelor's degree in.
I just told you I graduated.
That's what they give you when you've been there a long time and you.
Well, see, the problem
you
is
failed out in the major, and they
single
just
black
go ahead and
women
give you a
think
degree
they
so you
know
can get
everything.
out of there.
4 black women were in charge of Black Lives Matter and got caught for fraud. They were all gay. Yeah, we understand a liberal black single woman probably got a cat at home.
Am I lying to move? That's what it is.
The refund. I have a college in my backyard. College don't make me smart.
But that's just the
College don't make me smart.
Listen,
Y'all.
There's a lot of educated dummies out there.
Come on.
the movie, your voice is amplified, right?
I'm from the country, I know.
Come on. Stop responding every time. Just let the lady finish, man. Come on, bro.
I'm not going to talk about your southern accent, any of that, because I can get real southern right along with you. I'm just saying that it's super loud, and then some of the things that you're saying at a loud tone is going to cause this conversation to crash. So if you would, just be mindful of that for this conversation. Okay, but let's move the mic around because we're just sticking on one person. I understand you want to be in the movie. That's the reason why you call yourself the movie. I get it. You want to create a movie. You want to be on the clip. I understand. But today is not the day. Go ahead, carry on.
So I think actually, to be fair to him, because I actually think even though he's inarticulate and largely uninformed about what he's saying, he actually represents a segment of the populace that, because of their participation or lack thereof, is why we are where we are.
Mm-hmm.
And so rather than just put it to the side, I'd rather try to pull out something productive. And I heard something he said that was interesting. He said down here, we didn't learn about Fred Hampton and Malcolm X. Well, up here we did. So my question becomes, the movie, why didn't the Republicans who run southern states allow you guys to learn about Malcolm X? They learn about him in the Midwest where he's from. Malcolm X is from Nebraska, works his way up to Michigan. He's in East Lansing, I believe it was, then finds himself in Boston, then of course in Harlem. How come they didn't tell you about Fred Hampton down there? Every black kid in Chicago knows about that. How come they didn't tell you about Frederick Douglass wasn't just a pacifist, but used to beat people's ass when he was on the road, even when the garrison? I learned that in Baltimore. So the question becomes, whether they move past them, I don't know whether he went to college or not.
I can answer when you get through.
Okay, so let me ask the question. Why, if we should be Republicans and conservatives, if you're saying, why are they keeping black history away from black people where most black people live, which is the South? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, first point of order is I'm gonna try to lower my voice. Maybe my microphone is pretty loud.
It's a little loud.
Excuse me for that. Is that a little bit better?
It is. You just have a good mic. It's not you. You just have a good mic.
Okay. Like I live in a Republican state, Mississippi. We all know it gets 3 electoral votes. Whatever. This is a very poor state.
It gets more than that, but keep going.
Well, 5. I'm not trying to be politically correct on it. 6. It's not 10. Can we agree on that?
You can just say 5, but go ahead.
Right, whatever it is below 10 is very limited. It's very limited. That's my point. I like people that's always on point. That's great. Okay. Yes, the state is republic, but where I live in Claiborne County, the school system is ran by black folks. They're all in charge. Like we have, this what makes where I live at so wonderful, and this is why I never leave. Now I've traveled the world. I got status port. Actually went to a great prestigious school, Baylor School in Chattanooga, Tennessee. But when I come back home and see how this school is ran, this system is ran, we have a nuclear plant in our county and a college. There's no reason why we should be seen poor over here. We have a nuclear plant in one county in Mississippi. If that nuclear plant goes, the whole SEC is gone. So what I'm saying is, yes, it's a Republican state, but your Democrats down here where I'm at, they run the school system, stole the money. We got taken over by the state, our elementary school. That's why my mom worked so hard to send me away from here. Yes, I'm back at home after college or whatever, but in my earlier years, my grade school years, no, I didn't go to school in this area. But when I come back and I'd be like, damn, y'all don't know shit. It's not their fault because now they're not teaching them cursive. Shit, they're not teaching you how to even respect the teachers anymore. You can go to school with your phones now. They get out for homecoming, for spring, not even spring break, what they call it, a fall break, another break. They don't, in the system, the school system in Mississippi is so corrupted with black folks, and not just black folks, because it ain't just the white tea, they all in it together, however you want to look at it. Now, when you go to North Jackson, Mississippi, where Madison is, oh man, the football teams, the education is great. That's why a lot of people I know.
You guys don't vote. Lowest voting record in any state, in any of the states, okay? Y'all don't vote, but you got a lot of smoke.
Well, that's what see, that's another good point. If we're too poor to vote or don't know, the problem is, it is the uneducated system. It's the ignorance. And it's not dumbfounded to understand, like, damn, it's not everybody in the South, because you got some country boys, they very articulate. They got money. Man, I told one dude on the app, I know a guy that got a bow and arrow and a...
15 seconds, bro.
Yes, sir. A bow and arrow and a four-wheeler that's worth more than his Lamborghini guy. So, yes, we are prejudged on things, but it is a lot of smart people. It's just the system, as you said about the education. It's not there. To answer your question, Van, yes, it's a republic state, but they allow the inner city people to run their own people, and it's just not happening. I land.
Okay, cool. So outside of the blue areas where the Republicans run the schools, those students do as well as the students in New Jersey and Massachusetts. It's just the Democrat areas of Mississippi that's behind. I just want to make sure.
You know what? I look at Mississippi as a whole. Like when I went to school in Tennessee, all I had to do was take.
Looking at that.
No. Listen.
I'm asking.
I know. I'm finna answer it. What I'm saying is the whole curriculum. The school system in Tennessee, you do 2 histories and 3 Englishes. In Mississippi, you got to do 4 histories and some. And I had to take Mississippi studies back in the senior year.
Pause for a second.
We're too
Pause
far
for a
behind
second.
in
Pause
the
for a
system.
second. Pause for a second. That's not what he's asking. You just said you're looking at Mississippi for the whole. But in your little submission, you were talking about, oh, but the Democrats in our area, they're messing it up. Like the people under have more control than the full state.
Well, we did get taken over by the state, but then they got their shit together and for a little bit. And this Port Gibson High School is
But the question was does the state as a whole do better than the smaller component of your area that you were talking about?
That's subjective because you go to our Saint schools or St. Andrews and Madison Centrals, they're great school systems up there. It's just in my rural area.
Next caller.
Damn, you rude, man.
All right. So, Speaker Gregory, you said that I was saying something. I don't know if it was about Malcolm X or the curriculum. You said something I said was wrong. So, could you just correct me? Because I don't like to spread false information. Do you know what I said that was wrong? Could you remind me, brother?
Yes, sir. How you feel, first of all?
Also, I'm elated.
Walaikum salam. Well, you know what? I think you were wrong about the people here in Chicago knowing about Brother Fred Hampton. I mean, but you're right. They should know. And you know, although his wife and Junior is here, but you know, you'd be surprised that it's really not perpetuated or taught in the schools. You will see Dr. King or Malcolm and even Barack up there now, but you won't really hear too many instructors or people really talking about the real work that Fred and all of them did. I mean, you know, as far as I experienced with him when I was getting the free breakfast from those brothers. But you, I mean, you're right in terms of they should, but it's really not promoted, that history, and in terms of their mission and all of the great things that they were able to accomplish. You really don't hear it.
And also you hear about and Martin King having
See, y'all love the movie. I like for real. That's the only person we got to hear is the movie.
I just added something to what he said. You be quiet, it's voted with 10 walls.
Well, brother, let me just say this to you. As a brother, I think you would be, it wouldn't be wise. I mean, when you look out in the world right now, both plantations are corporately run. And so you can slice it and dice it.
Oh, God.
But at the end of the day, the same results you're going to get. Pretty much.
That's a damn lie.
You know, if you start doing something for self, you never gonna get out of this condition, ever.
Okay, so
created
if Kamala Harris was the president right now, we would.
They wouldn't want it. He didn't want her to be the president.
They're just dumb.
At all.
Oh Lord, you damn right. Divine Nine went to run our country.
All over again right today. They would all vote for Donald Trump again, knowing that they going to war, knowing all of the bullshit they going to do.
Tampon Tim putting tampons in boy rest.
They dumb niggas, that's why.
And you educatedly dumb too.
So one question I have for black men, I mean, so all due respect, children are in school for a while. They have math, science, history, English, specials, all this stuff. Governments, you know, all types of stuff. Why is it that when we have these people absolve themselves of the responsibility of continuing their black children's educations at home?
Great question. I'm listening.
What happens when you get these conservatives in office? Roberto Clemente biography, the baseball player. They couldn't tell the Rosa Parks story. The Trump administration is getting rid of, wanted to change the placards in the Medgar Evers, take the slavery in there. I understand Democrats are terrible. At least they don't do that.
Well, you know what? I agree.
So that's the last. That's gonna be the last one for me. I can't keep doing it.
I understand the history of it, and you're correct. They should, and our men like me, I'm 48. We're supposed to go into neighborhoods and pick up where the education system don't let up, where it has failed us. But the problem is the parents or the mother or the father, basically the mother, you can't tell kids anything. They got phones, they not listening. It is really a shame. When they miss the bus,
Making excuses all the motherfucking time. That's the damn problem.
It's not, I'm telling you.
You're supposed to be a 48-year-old man. All you can do is come up with it's the women's fault. You're a bitch.
The system. They took it out the system. It has nothing to do with parents. The system they took it out of. Hello?
Well, brother,
He can't even parent. He's worried about a phone. If you can't control the least of the issue in your house is if your kid is on the phone or not, bro. You got some situations, okay?
So you're not
That's
paying
your
attention to the
house,
rest of
that's
the
your
world.
phone. That's your house, and that's your phone. You're paying for it, and you have no control over it. You guys, it's astounding, okay?
Well, does she
Well,
understand
Bam, let me
work
ask you
every day?
Hold on, the movie.
No, Negro, I'm on the welfare system. I don't know nothing about working, and even if I was working or not, okay, I still pay the fucking bills in my house. Ain't no kid gonna tell me what to fucking do. What do you mean you working? Like we all don't work. I work 12-hour shifts every fucking day. No, I'm just. Can I address it? Can I address it or no?
You should.
You can jump back on it. It's just sometimes Brooklyn, that stuff like that, you let fly, like we working, it's the system's problem. We just all these fucking excuses coming out of people's mouths. It's just.
well, we definitely have a broken. I agree with you.
Go ahead.
There's a broken system, but it doesn't mean that it should keep us from doing the right thing when it comes to the community. And we can be all day talking about broken homes and et cetera, because it's real. But going back to what brother was talking about, or, in terms of, I think we should do what we need to do to make sure our children are re-educated. And where the school system, and I worked for the school systems, and where they fail, we have to pick up. We have to be mentors. We have to be motivators, and we have to be present, at least in somebody's life, if not your family. At the end of the day. So that's where it starts. That's the real elephant in the room. Is just what people are doing right now to make a difference, regardless if the system falls apart. What are you doing to make a difference?
But the thing is, you're also helping the system fall apart when you say things like, oh, it doesn't matter which plantation we go with. That is also a big part of the problem. That's not the truth. And for you to keep, okay, you've already admitted that there are some policies that are being supported by one side that hurt us much more than others. So it's not the same. And continuing to perpetuate, oh, it's the same, it doesn't matter, is part of the problem. You're hurting us. You're hurting Black people. That's what you're doing by spreading that.
Well,
Yes, you are. You're
totally
not
disagree.
being that man that is standing up for the community. You are hurting us. You're tearing us apart by spreading a lie.
Ma'am, you have no idea what I
know exactly what I'm saying.
But I mean,
But I have
so
every
what I
right.
said, but what I said is a fact. What I said is a fact. It is a fact. You can get emotionally bent out of shape, but it is the truth. No, it doesn't matter, B. I'm telling you that when you look at guess what?
I'm not gonna do it because I'm not gonna raise my voice.
Well, yo, you can go right ahead. Do whatever you want to do.
And I will. So the thing is, the fruit of your lips show how ignorant and how befuddled you are when it comes down to you speaking for the Black community. You sit here and you want to berate women and say, oh, it's the women's fault because the kids aren't being taught.
I never said that. I never said that. I never said nothing about women, so stop it.
That was the movie. That was the movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I was talking to who's that person speaking?
It's another gentleman that appears to be a Muslim gentleman.
Ignorant nigga. Go ahead.
Well, see that kind of disrespect. I mean, we can have a conversation and agree to disagree, but to call me a nigga is stupid.
I didn't call you an NIT.
No, I'm talking about the dumb chick thing.
Let her speak. Mute up.
King, it ain't worth having this type of conversation, fam. Women ain't gonna never be wrong, bro.
Especially when she's still in his head.
Let her speak. Let her speak. Mr. Speak, I didn't hear your claim. I just heard somebody put in there that it was the women's fault, and that's what I was responding to. But y'all kind of sound alike, y'all voices, and maybe if my audio
symbol without substance. And when you realize, I get it. You can have some people in the office and they might move the needle here and there, but we got some real external problems or internal problems. Regardless, we cannot continue to wait and rely on any party until we fix and have a code of conduct in our community. Let me just finish, but let me finish, because at the end of the day, when you've been doing this work, and I've been blessed to have a body of work involved with the youth every single day. I don't care who in office, I still need to do what I need to do to be present and to be accountable to make a difference. That's what's missing. We cannot just rely on that. And if it goes away, what are you going to do? You're going to sit around and just keep crying, or are you going to get up and do something for yourself?
So, Speaker,
like, women, I saw black women, bro.
Honestly, we're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that right now. Come on. Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, so honestly, we can get into you in a second. Speaker, so you said economics, and then you tied in some cultural stuff. So let's just focus on the economic piece. You said economics is more important than the politics. Okay, got it. So so what do you say to all the black people, or the large portion of black people that lost their jobs as a result of the Trump administration's policies during this election cycle? You know, so like I said, when the government shut down, we got the TSA workers leaving, Trump's the executive orders and some of the other things that he's passed that has raised black unemployment. So what do you have to say to that? So now our economics is impacted. So what are we doing? What do we do now? The people are losing their jobs, things are becoming unaffordable, but you're still harping on both of the plantations. I'm still not really understanding how the math is working. So can you explain that?
Yes, sir. Bro, just what I'm saying is this, that, yeah, one might be, the lesser, I get it, of the evils, and I believe I'm not a supporter whatsoever of Mr. Trump, period. But I think it's forcing us to get back to our excellence. And I get it. People lose their jobs because of some order that Mr. Trump or law or some foolishness policy that he places. Yeah, but when are we going to, because we yet have not collectively fixed some of the things in our communities economically. And I just said politics without economics is simple without substance. You might need some of that, but when you look at who really controls this economy and the percentage of jobs that comes from, the government and et cetera, but it's still, we've been derelict in our duty as a community, as a people, to do what we have to do to fight this thing a little more strategic.
So how are the people supposed to fight the system without jobs? You still haven't really explained the economics piece. Like I hear what you're saying.
Resources.
What resources? What resources if they don't have jobs to acquire resources? Are you talking about starting businesses? Like I'm not. You're not giving me.
Well, all of that. Well, look. First of all, supporting what we do have and starting what we don't have, and until we get off the breast of this government, we're gonna have these conversations forever. We're never gonna have true equality, freedom, and justice. This thing was not designed for that. And we keep looking for a mystery God to fix it. We've been struggling. Jobs are one thing, but we get complacent, with that. And then we stop doing what's necessary to build back up our family, to back up our community. And then soon as somebody else, the benevolent whoever, gets in office, they can flip here, flip there, blue or red, we are not in position.
Can I ask a quick question, y'all?
Yeah, I see where this is going.
Can I ask a quick question?
Ben, there's something y'all can have, but I'm good.
Ben, can I ask a quick question before you go back in?
I think he's done. I think you asked the question.
Yeah, he said go ahead, Sonny.
My question is, do you think that these multimillionaires, now they already have the economics, do you think that they're around telling their units, don't, and they got money.
resources upon resources for generations. Do you think they're telling their units, it doesn't matter who you vote for? Are they saying, no, vote for these people that are going to lower our taxes, which is a type of welfare, right? Are they voting for these people who are going to change the policies that allow us to keep more of our money and deregulate, have to do this and that, which costs us money? Like, why are you telling our people, don't worry about it? Don't worry about the politics of it, because we got to get our economics together first. It's not, we can't get our economics together because we don't have the policies in place. And the people that do have the money keep getting their people in and making policies that make it impossible for you to get forward. It's not about welfare and the benevolent. Like, why can you not see that?
Well, Sonny, I think you're right in one sense, but what I'm saying is, look, there are people who tell them what, because they have power. And voting might have power, but behind closed doors is those folks who really tell them, and those are the folks who have more power, not just with votes, but economically. I agree that if locally and even nationally, you want to put somebody in that is friendly when it comes to taxes, when it comes to inflation, etc. So you don't have a disagreement, but if that don't happen, and if folks didn't vote, and however these folks get in there, we still need to have an alternative.
If voting didn't matter, they would not be so desperate to stop our vote from counting, to keep us from voting. If it didn't matter, we wouldn't be going through all these things. It does matter. And telling people that, oh, it's just one side or the other coin is not good for us.
But here, when it comes to policies, and when it comes to what has, occurred as a result of just voting, not your interest, when it's not intelligently tables and make that not just our black agenda, but what's really in the best interest of us being able to have a little more juice where it revolves back into the family, it revolves back into the community. So I'm not going to disagree, but we need balance when it comes to politics. We just got to have more balance.
Okay. Okay, so I'm getting going to a dead zone. I get what you're saying, right? But I don't know how that is beneficial for the times and space that we're in today. Like, those are the kind of
First Lady, you went to the dead space.
Yeah, break it up.
Yeah, getting a little break.
In the company, can you hear me? Did I break up?
It's pretty smart. We can hear you now. A little bit.
Yeah, he was in a dead space. So I want to respond to something that you said, the specifics that I'm going to pull out. So, Brother Gregory, are you familiar with the sisters who had a thing called the Fearless Fund, where they were giving out grants to black entrepreneurs to start businesses, and it was for people, and it was group economics? All right.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was First Lady coming out the Matrix.
She was in the matrix.
Well,
Are you familiar with the Fearless Fund?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, so there was a group of young, beautiful sisters who had started a thing they called the Fearless Fund, and they were giving out money, group economics, to black startups and entrepreneurs. It wasn't a ton of money. I think it was 15, 20,000. It was less than 50 or less, but it was given a nice seed to black entrepreneurs. Do you know they had to shut down? Do you know why they shut down?
No, sir.
Because Republican judges, through Republican politicians, put in place by Republican interests, told them that it was illegal. So some of the very mechanisms, I can give you a whole list of examples. Do you know they're now suing the Congressional Black Caucus that they can no longer give scholarships to black students? Did you hear about that, Brother Gregory?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're telling me, and I'm going to get to the larger point, you say that politics without economics is symbol or sign without substance. The problem is in America, economics has flowed from and because of politics. And what you do, and people like you guys, when you guys think like this, is you separate them. The American government built the white middle class in the 20th century. I don't care what anybody says. I know that for a fact. I can break it down with the big boys. You can't expect people to do things that they're no longer allowed to do because of the politics. So it's not that the Democrats are going to come in and give people a bunch of money, but the Republicans have now made it where you can't even give scholarships to black students. Did you hear that the Trump administration is suing UCLA because they said they admitted too many black students into the law school? Did you hear about that? I mean, not law school, the medical school. You want us to give up politics, but have resources. But the ways in which you get, mete out, distribute, and grow resources as a people, the Republicans are telling us we can't do. You actually can't disarticulate them. When white people got their money in America, the middle class, it was all because of housing. That's how they kept black people out of wealth in the 20th century. It's because of housing, blockbusting, redlining, levee towns. You can't fix a policy problem through grit and determination. As a group of people who are 10% of the population, 12% of the population, whose average wealth in cities like Boston is $8, Atlanta $1,000, Chicago $1,000. Y'all keep saying pull these resources like Dr. Claude Anderson always says. My question always is, what resources? What resources? The Asians that do it in America are resources. They're using resources from India, from China. They have special banks set up with foreign capital to do these things. The Negro doesn't have a foreign bank because we're American. Ironically enough, the Asians in America who have money come from those other countries. The Asians in America who've been here the longest, I call them ancestral Asians, they're poorer than black people. Those are the Vietnamese down and the Asians down in Louisiana. They're dirt poor. So it's not all the Asians. So we have to actually be a little bit more sophisticated and not just say pull our resources. When we try to pull the resources, they don't let us.
That's right, bro. But let me just say this real quick, and then I'm done. Thank you, Van. Thank you, Van, for that. And I know where the First Lady was going. I wouldn't disagree with that, and I do support it. Remember, I said the balance, and I know First Lady, and I hope you're in a clear area because I get it. You know, in terms of a time like this, and you're right. And Van is 100% correct in terms of when you see what has eroded from this administration, et cetera, et cetera. But the response to it is like get them out of office and put some other people in office, fine. But then if they come back and then they in office, I'm just saying we need a balance. And I get it. We are absolutely, we've been at war, but it is more serious when it comes to, you know, inflation and survival and et cetera. I think there will be at some point, not that I am at all recommending it and hoping it, you know, in terms of civil unrest or anarchy, but I think even those people who are with the mega, that crap, I think even some of them are suffering it, but they hate us so much, they still in that party. So I wouldn't disagree with you, and I appreciate your well thought out research because you always do. That's just who you are. But I wanted to listen to what First Lady is right. Believe me, I'm here in Chicago, and I do. My friends, they are in office, and certain offices, a lot of them, you know, very close to me that are in key positions, Democrats, etc. And we love each other, but I just know we need to be prepared for a day like this and a time like this with balance, because we still got to have the other stuff. We could talk about, you know, the other stuff. Yeah, this it ain't just a boogeyman. You're right. They're doing some real wicked shit.
But can I ask you a question, Gregory? I don't mean to interrupt. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm done.
It's pertinent to what we're talking about. You
are a staunch advocate for not voting. You say this on a number of occasions. Do you not?
I never said don't vote.
Sir, you do say
No. Let me
undermine voting on a regular basis. Do you not?
But I've never said don't. I've always said.
Do you undermine voting though?
Do I undermine it?
Yes.
No. If you follow anything on social media,
I'm not talking about social media with respect. I'm talking about
Clubhouse. But I'm just saying. You said and I'm telling you, I'm very, very vocal on the radio about it on social media, and I never have said one time out of my mouth that don't vote.
What is your position on voting? So I may have it incorrect. What is your position on voting?
My position, is that we vote our interests. We go with stronger demands. We just don't give away our vote and then go back to sleep. I have a problem with that. We've been doing that forever, and we have not moved the needle with just voting. That's my problem.
Yes, I'd like to say this, sir, to ban. I wasn't actually done with my submission. Mr. President, if you don't mind, sir. Yes, I believe you did cut across it to get your point in. You found this point on voting. You have a continuous? Go ahead. No, sir. Just as I was fitting to say, sir, to Ban's point, and the given the backdrop, and to Speaker Gregory, I'd like to say assalamu alaikum, and peace be unto you and your family. And to the point is the backdrop or the backdrop of Stephen A. Smith. We've been having a dialogue all afternoon on his position to say vote Republican, and for once to invite all the black people to do that. And there's been most of the controversy. Then, as honestly came aboard, and the conversation went a different way. But to give you all the backdrop, honesty, and Speaker Gregory and those that came in a little later in the conversation on Stephen A. Smith, again, more of a what he called a physical conservative, as he's got money. His partner is Sean Hannity. His views are broad. He has a lot of money. He's given back some, etc. But he invited to vote all Republican. And then the truth has been brought out that the Republican has not yield in the way of the community and not given anything in the way of some substance. For an example, the Democrat gave in a way of bringing up a congressional black caucus, which is my point. And the GOP or the Republican has not yielded from, I guess, Ronald Reagan to this hour. They have not done anything favorable for we the people. In other words, they vote down everything. And you can bet as much as Republicans debate with each other, at the end of the day, the final vote will be against you and it will be against me. As far as going in our museums to alter the history. I know precisely. I've been right here. I have a big point to land on. That I just don't believe the GOP is going to yield for the Republicans. As in this history, from Bush has been totally against the black community, in the person of J.C. Watts, in the person of Armstrong Williams, in the person of those Nigel Ennis, other Scotch Republicans, in the person of Michael Steele, again in the person of Colin Powell, Scotch Republicans, Scotch GOP, and they were used and they became disposable, and I'll land right there on the disposable Republican. So Brother Gregory, what does throwing away our vote look like?
Well, it looks like when we put demands on, regardless, the Democrats or the Republicans, that there are some specific things that we want signed, like right away, executive stuff that we know will help move the needle, not just symbolic stuff like we got them in there, but some real demands in terms of the family. We need
healthcare, like healthcare, education, jobs.
Yes, sir.
You just know that those are fundamental.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Platforms of one party and not the other.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why would we be throwing our votes away if we're voting with that party, the one that's advocating for jobs, education, healthcare, which are platforms in all Americans, not just Black Americans, but more specifically, we're talking about Black Americans. Black Americans need and want and advocate for. So we vote for the party that advocates for that, or that supports us with that. How are we throwing away our vote?
Well, I think we have to be extremely intentional when it comes to those areas that you mentioned, because when white people catch a cold, Black people get pneumonia.
Okay, so
we have to make sure.
I respect your restraint. How does that impact? We're voting for the party who advocates for that. What else could we possibly do?
Do that change the complexity of the issues that you just
Sorry, you
mentioned?
can't answer my question, brother. I'm asking
Speaker, be honest.
I'm asking you a question. We are advocates. So let me recap. We vote for Democrats, primarily. Black folks do.
Right.
By your own admission, Black folk, the Democratic Party advocates for education, for jobs, and for health care. Those are just three things. We can go into a myriad of others, but those three things are very important to Black folks, are they not?
I totally agree.
Okay, so we vote for that party. So again, how are we throwing our votes away? And what more could we be doing to do that? Well, and let me be more specific. What more could we be doing in terms of the party to do that? Since your problem is throwing away the vote with the party, with people that are not helping us with our mission.
I think it's not being dependent on that. I agree, and with the platform, and it's been the platform for the most part of the Democrats in terms of health care, education, and some other opportunities. So I don't, and that's why I want to correct.
But can you be honest? Isn't it the social issues of the Democrats? That's why you don't want us to support them.
No. Say that again, Sonny.
I said, honestly, it is the social issues that the Democrats support that you don't agree with. That's why you don't want us to support them.
Like what, Sonny?
Like gay rights, for instance. Be honest. That is those are your issues. That's why you don't want to get behind.
But no, let me be honest. Thank you, Sonny. And I love you for that. I don't agree with the transgender thing. I don't. Being very honest, I don't think young men should be competing with girls in sports. I have a problem with that. I do have a problem with some of the things. I had a problem with some of the with the Democrats, some of the when it came to foreign policy, some of the stuff that they were doing but I don't say vote for this one versus that one, but I do have a problem with that. But I don't, Brother Quinn, promote. My family, they all vote. My children, they vote. And so I'm not stuck in a time zone. I just have a feeling, and Sonny said it 100% right. Some of the social stuff, girl, you're 100% correct. But I don't promote, that you go over on this side, because then what Brother Quinn is laying down are facts, but that's me,
Yes. I'm confused because I think you're talking too much. But okay, you think, now we've got the air clear, and we still don't know what he's talking about. I don't even think he knows what he's talking about. We could have settled this 50 minutes ago.
Quinn, maybe you can win them over. They value men's voices more.
What'd you say, Sonny?
You value men's voices more.
No, I'd say this, and we can agree to disagree, and I will continue to do what I do to try to make a difference. But believe me, I know that in spite of all of the things that we disagree on, there are many things that we agree on when it comes to making a difference in the community, and even with the pressure that we see happening out here now, what are we doing? And then I know for me, when it comes to violence, when it comes to mentoring, when it comes to family and the community culture, will for me. And regardless, I am going to continue that work by the grace and the mercy and the blessings of God, period. I don't care who in office. I'm still going to do that.
Here's the issue I have. You just had an exchange with Brother Ben just a few minutes ago, and you were very, you were being very demonstrative about your position about helping black folks and about black folks being self-sufficient, being independent. But when he gave you the example of the Fearless Fund, which I'm not very politically astute, all the time. I even know about the Fearless Fund.
Yeah.
I know how it's impacting black folks and what is happening in terms of the Republican Party, and they're advocating for the legislation so that we can't be able to do those kinds of things. But for someone as invested as you are, you actually don't know those things. Now, I give you credit for admitting it, because most people on this app wouldn't even admit it. So I'll give you that credit. But you don't know those things, but you're so vehement about your position without actually understanding some very fundamental things. So I would encourage you to do a deeper dive on some of these things, if that's in fact what you stand for and what you advocate for, before coming and being so demonstrative. That's the problem in general that we're having with, and forgive, the reference with brothers like yourself and others who are very loud in your presentation, but in terms of the information, it lacks. And it's hurting us.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. In that particular lane, Brother Quinn, those who definitely rely on that piece of money, and there's others who are doing it and finding other ways to stay afloat. And that's, my point, that regardless of knowing that, because there are a lot of other areas that are defunded and et cetera, but it does not at all take away from whatever it is that you might not know, but it is what you know and what you do with all that you know.
You're rambling now.
I'm not rambling. But let me just finish this point, because it's not rambling. It's not rambling, because I'm telling you straight up, by not even knowing that has nothing to do with a lot of people who don't benefit from that. There are some people who are advocating and fighting.
I wasn't giving you the example to tell you about specifically the Fearless Fund. The Fearless Fund was an example of the economic challenges that we're having in relation to politics. So his point is that they're also taking away the opportunity to be economically free.
And we tapped into ourselves. Let me ask you a question. Have we tapped into our economic power?
Sir,
No. Have we tapped into our economic power?
So yes, we have tapped into
No,
our
we have
economic
not.
power.
That's
We
not
have.
true.
It is that we may not have done so to our fullest capability, but we have tapped into our economic power, sir.
Collectively, black people,
but again,
we should be collectively. Do we own the mom and pop store in our neighborhood? Collectively, do we own the hair place? Collectively, are we doing the nails? We live in colonies, man. Stop just going along to get along.
But speed. Can I just say this? Can I interrupt for this? But that was the purpose of the Fearless Fund. That was coming from other resources from the government. But then the Republicans stepped in and said, no, we don't want you to do that. And they went to court for it to limit it.
But Sherry, can I ask you this?
No, because I wasn't done.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I wasn't done.
I'm sorry.
And here's the thing, because you are not listening. You didn't listen to Pan, and you didn't listen to Quinn. And then all I hear 11 times is balance. I have no idea what that means. You are ignoring what they are telling you. You're not even listening to be a part of the conversation. Because that was one way. They are telling you without the political piece, there is no economic freedom without it. So you do need both. And please don't say balance. And now I'm done.
Can the black church, the same money that you just that was mentioned about that freedom fund or whatever you call it, could the black church give the black folks that same money?
No. So the money's not from the government, Sherry. It was private monies.
Oh yeah, did I say that? I thought I said that. If I did, I'm sorry.
That's right.
But my question
You're not
is,
listening, Greg. You're not listening. They've ruled that money specifically for black people the way you want at an institutional level is unconstitutional. That's why they're now going after scholarships from places like the CBC. This is why they went after at Northern Illinois University. They had a special program for black men. Duke University used to give free tuition to black students. They had to stop it. Literally. Lots of places did. That's what I'm saying. Let's come on, y'all. Let's start with the banging and the meta. Let's get some information out as opposed to the rhetoric. It's kind of uninteresting at this point. We've been banging for like 5 years. There were because of Republicans taking power and putting their judges in, the kinds of things that you want, they're deeming unconstitutional. That's the point. Secondly, I don't know what it means to live in colonies. That's another thing. Thirdly, you can own every nail shop. There's no power in nail shops. There's very little money in that. Like, very little. And even if you did want to do it, the way somebody said, you couldn't do it because the government is ruling these things are unconstitutional. The CBC can't give out scholarships. I know we don't like the CBC. They're just giving out scholarships. They're now in court to give out scholarships. There was a med school program for black men in Alabama, I believe it was, at UAB, I think it was. They cut it. Did you see the assault on DEI? It wasn't just like giving black ladies government jobs. It was like programs, free tuition for black people. The government is suing the New York Times for discrimination against a white man. Do you know that, Brother Gregory? They said the New York Times, this is Trump's government, said the New York Times did it. Discriminated against the white man. Come on, man, let's get the conversation. Somebody says we sound like a plantation, so we're going to bring the brother up. I don't know what it means to be in a plantation, but we'll see what the brother, of course he can't come up. We're on the plantation, he must be in the house sucking dick. Who wants to go next in the queue?
So this particular, what was it called? Freedom? What were you talking? What's the name of it?
I don't know. This guy says, speak your Gregory's curve, but stay on the plane. Yeah, we outside. You inside giving hand jobs to boss and other slave owners and overseers. You can't even come on stage and speak.
The Freedom Fund.
It's called the Freedom Fund.
So.
Hold on. So Ron Entrepreneur said I had a dumb response. Well, that's it. So what we're going to do, we're going to cut off the chat.
Cut the chat.
And tell me my responses are dumb. So we'll just cut the chat because we got a lot of chat warriors who don't want to go to BAN. So we'll cut the chat since my response. So tell me my response, why my response was done. Ron Entrepreneur, what am I going to do?
Just a couple of
Uncle, please be quiet 1 second.
Mike, on you, bro.
I'm here. I just said the response was done. I have a right to that response.
No,
okay.
You
didn't have to suggest the homosexual thing. Come on, man.
You meant that. I thought you meant my substantive response. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. When people talk about we're on plantations, I'm not on a plantation. I'm saying that I like the fearless fun. I like the sisters giving art
on a plantation.
I'm not. So I need the social. 1 second, sir. So when he said I was on a plantation, right? So I came back with the sexual jokes. So slavery jokes for black people against black people, that's okay. But the gay jokes are too far. I understand. But the point is that's a joke. But did you have anything substantive, or were you just responding to my joke? You responded to the joke.
I'm being on stage and engaging in the conversation.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. Yeah. Do you have a substantive response to whether or not black people should vote, or the fearless fund, or any of the topics? Let's get off the gay joke.
Okay, fine. I'll say this. Let people do what they're going to do. No one is right or wrong. If they want to vote, let them vote. If they do not want to vote, don't let them vote. Whatever they say on why they don't want to vote or why they vote, I don't know why people go at odds at it. It literally makes no sense to me. This reminds me of about that saying that says that, I think it's from the Bible, a house divided amongst itself, it won't stand, it'll fall. And for some reason, left against right, right against left, and y'all, it's almost like the two wings on the plane. If everybody could come together and find a way to work things out peacefully and reasonably, maybe we could stand together as a people and have more of a say on how the government does things instead of pointing the fingers like them Spider-Man memes where the two fingers are just pointing at each other.
So give us an example of what that looks like. Give us an example of what that looks like.
No. Let's just go back to what we already have been speaking about. He just spoke his heart, and he got that part out. We listened to that. Now can we actually deal with what we are talking about?
I just never understand
The feel is fun. The feel is fun. Do you think that that's dumb? Do you think that's stupid? Do you think that's part of the plantation? I'm trying to understand. This is what we're speaking about.
Because I can sense the sarcasm and the foolishness in your tone. So when you come with a different intention, you're not talking to somebody I'm not stupid. Okay.
First lady?
You want to talk condescending? Do it with somebody else that's not aware, don't have discernment. I'm not that type of guy.
She wasn't condescending when she was ignoring.
It sounded like it to me.
Let me find other people, because, okay.
Yeah. I mean, we can have a discussion. I have no problem telling how I feel, but I don't like the tone.
Ron, that's just how she's, to be honest with you, that's actually how she speaks. That's actually her being. She was actually trying to go back to the combo. She actually doesn't condescend at all. That's literally her tone. She's a singer.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm wrong. Yeah.
That's okay. But do you think things like the Fearless Fund, where we have institutions and groups that are giving out seed money, capital investment to black startups is a good idea? Or no?
I think the concept of it is good. I think the concept. Cool. Can y'all hear me?
All right. Yeah. So
the concept
is good. Right. But now, because of politicians, they're not allowed to do that anymore. So when you say people should vote or shouldn't vote, it doesn't matter. We should do the thing that you think is a good concept. By not voting, we're not able to do certain things now. So these things go hand in hand.
I agree.
They're complement. Right. If you agree, then why do you think it's not voting is a
because people have a right to not vote if they don't want to.
No, we're not talking about their right. No, we're not talking about their right. That's a different discussion. But we're talking about whether or not voting has better outcomes than not voting and vice versa. Maybe you came in later. No one's
probably
didn't have the. Here we are. We got people. Okay, all right.
No, I'm following you. I'm actually understanding what you're saying. I'm not looking to be combative or anything. I'm actually following along with what you're saying.
Okay, so that's the convo. It's not whether or not people have the right. We all agree people don't have the right. Some people are arguing not voting will lead to better outcomes. Order Room started because Stephen A. Smith said every black should vote for Republicans for the next election, and it will have better outcomes. And so agree. That's the room. Nobody says people can't vote. Y'all gotta respectfully stop bringing your relationship room energy over to the political rooms where the readers are. It's just not here, brother. First Lady never condescends. That wasn't cool at all.
But listen, like I said, I apologize if I'm wrong.
I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah. I'm an accountable person, and to me, it's not relationship energy. It's just listening to how people talk. But if that's our authentic and genuine self, then I understand. So my thing is that I don't agree with what Stephen A. Smith said that every African American should vote Republican, because that might not be beneficial to every African American. Even if they put all of those, even if they didn't take away the Fearless Fund, right? Not every African American is going to take advantage of that or desire to do that. So when you really have to break things down to individual level and only group them for people that want to follow along with certain things. That's how I do it.
And to that point, I'd like to add put two darn critical marks on that. The fact of the Freedom Fund and the fact of a little further back, we said, why didn't they teach the Fred Hampton? Why did they want to vote down the Freedom Act? And it's because the whole GOP, in my political analysis, the whole GOP does not want anything coming to you and I unless it is pre-approved and in line with their overall Republican Party idealism. And that is a form of
under a certain control, under a certain economic status, as you can see, not just Nicki Minaj alone, but all of those things they do, and they will vote against you not once or twice, but every single time. If it means the freedom, like he said, from the plantation, freedom from that type of a certain form of education. They want to alter all of that together, want to alter the education in the favor of the Neanderthalic, and I land my plane just on the facts as you know them, but I know those two are tied together. They didn't want you to know about Fred Hampton, and they will not approve something that you go out and do on your own. And those are the facts as I know them to be, just by saying bye. And clap your heels 3 times, bye. Jesus Christ.
I have the question about when you say, instead of, kind of talking about you shouldn't vote this way or that way, we should come together. What does that mean when you're saying that? Like, what does that look like to you? We should do things to come together, for example.
I was speaking in the context of people that don't want to vote. Let people come together and do things on their own. Some people don't believe in the power of voting no matter what evidence or information you put before them. We know this to be true, right?
So you mean that we should just ignore those people, leave them out, and just wait till they decide they want to vote? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. In other words, let's say if you got 2 million people, right? I'm just using an arbitrary number. 2 million people that don't want to vote. Let those 2 million people find a way to do the things that they want to do. You can still work with them even if they don't vote. To me, part of the problem is that people don't vote, or people vote left, or people vote right. People want to be divided, and we can't come together. A lot of us can't come together because we're too busy looking at the fact that, oh, you're a conservative, oh, you're a liberal, oh, you didn't vote, oh, I don't want to have nothing to do with you, I don't want to have nothing to do with you.
But that's recent politics, though, Ron. What we're talking about right now is the more polarized politics that we're in, the more polarized political time that we are in. So that may have been a great argument 20 years ago, 30 years ago, but we're talking about a more polarized politic now. So my question to you is, do you importance of voting?
I really don't care about voting one way or the other.
And there's my answer. Okay.
Yeah,
That's why you're saying what you're saying then. But
yeah.
Okay, so for those of us who do, can we have conversations? It's kind of insane the way people want to have the convo they want to have, and they didn't set the like. Okay, you're a non-voter, and you don't see it. So this is not.
But you didn't let me finish. He actually didn't understand the importance of voting, and I said I couldn't care. Basically, I couldn't care less one way or another. What I do understand is it's important for people that find it important, that want to follow that system, that want to use that political system to gain favor, to get things into action, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. I understand it from that perspective.
Okay. What about for people that want equal treatment under the law, so they can do the things that you? I guess it's kind of strange now. So now,
that's an umbrella effect of that. No, I'm agreeing.
You guys got it. But can I get it out?
Oh, my bad.
It's okay. I'll start talking about unmarried women, and then it'll be the conversation that people want.
I don't care about that.
I think, Ron, what you said, and then even what Brother Quinn is, and even what Bad has said, look, it's like folks who say it's a serious time and everybody should take the jab, and there were people pissed at folks who didn't take the poison jab, and because they strictly responded to the fear, or they responded to the urgency. So, Brother Quinn, there's an urgency in your mind in terms of, whether it's the fearless funds, or if it's this, that, the other, and government is taking away these. What we sit back and say that if they put those things back, is it going to change the complexity of our community? What we see happening to this very day, do we blame on
Republican Party or the Democratic when it comes to the family, when it comes to the school system. Not before they start to take this out of the curriculum. Can we be honest, as y'all want to use the word, and say in Democratic cities, when you had them in office, did they drop the ball?
So I will say that on education, on infrastructure in certain ways, Democrat politicians have dropped the ball because. Oh, this happens.
It's the Matrix, yeah.
Hello?
I can't.
They say you're in the matrix.
I swear to God, it's pretty difficult.
He did not hear nothing.
Lisa, you're in the Matrix and you're talking.
It's the timing, yo.
The uninformed, the rambling, the pseudo, the pretendians, the anti-vaxxers, the anti-voters, they all can speak uninterrupted and get their gobbledygook out. It just happens to be when I speak, I get interrupted and people all of a sudden come into the matrix. It's amazing how that happens. I don't know how that happens. But anyway, I told you, Mara, they meet before the room starts.
Talking about? I'm just trying to ask a question.
You're in the Matrix, Lisa.
And then people want to argue with me for no reason. I wasn't even talking about you, Lisa. You're in the Matrix. This app is bizarre. Y'all got it.
Ron, thank you for having the tenacity and the courage just to speak your piece. And thank you, Brother Quinn, and everybody. I mean, we can agree to disagree. And Iqbal and First Lady, but I really think that sometimes we understand what we're saying, but as Ron, articulated the point on how we want to beat down our community and don't want to look at the fact of what they have done to discourage people, even though there's an urgency in what the Republicans are doing and not doing, and the Trump and etc. But
And the fact that you've given into it, let him got so many bullets.
Let him finish.
But we don't want to take responsibility of how we got here. And how we got here. How did we get here? Because black folks was voting Democrat, period. And there was a Democratic ran. Yes, black people just gave away their vote to the Democratic Party. And what was the results in the black community as far as education, as far as economics, as violence? You cannot tell me, because I live in Chicago, and this whole
Chicago's
state
the only place where
No,
Democrats. You're right. Because you live in Chicago, you have all.
But can I finish?
You have all.
You're
going too long, speaker.
I'm done. Go ahead. You can do it.
You're right. I cried because I started speaking to answer your original question, and I got cut off. But they said let you finish. No, you go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. You tell us about.
And I wanted to get back
Go
to
ahead and
that.
tell us about how black outcomes, since Democrats have taken over, are the same or worse than they were in the 1920s. Because I can actually compare, for 70 years or so, Democrats voted 90-10 for Republican, and then they switched with FDR. I can look at the black poverty line in 1960 was 60% or more, and look at it now and it's under 20%. I can give you all kinds of outcomes and metrics. Am I saying it's perfect? No. Am I saying it's gravy? No. Am I saying it's not working needs to go done? Absolutely not. But you're not me that black people are better. They were better off in 1940 or in 1926 than they are in 2026. I can look at high school graduation rate as a percentage of the population and per capita. I can look at college as a percentage of the per capita in the population. I can give you all kinds of metrics. I can look at life expectancy. Is it on par with whites yet? No, but is it better than what it was? Absolutely. Why? because of a set of policies that people like you now take for granted. You're a brother that likes to organize young black men. You know what they were doing when they were organizing young black men in the 1920s and 30s? Jacking them up. You certainly love freedom of association now. You like traveling between states on carriers, buses, airplanes, etc. Couldn't do that before. But you take that for granted because you think nothing has changed. But I'll let you go ahead and tell us how nothing is changing. How you think it would have been better in 1926. At least as Concrete said, you could have forced a black woman to marry you, than your wife, because they didn't have jobs. So he did say he wanted Jim Crow for a woman. That's fair. Go ahead.
I just want to say one thing before we get back to all of that. I do find it very peculiar that a lot of the people who espouse this type of politic don't live in the South, do not live in Republican-led states, and can only focus on the fact that they live in a blue state with a blue city government. And so, can we just focus on how bad the Democrats are to me here locally when, to be very clear, with this line of logic, I'm about to be like Ben. I hope the Republicans win for the rest of time so then you can see what it's like to actually be under some bullshit. So when all of your systems that you enjoy get gutted, when all of the safety nets you have go bye-bye, because all of those things get cut, when the education system which you bemoan in your state gets crippled, when you start living the way that a lot of other people have been living for years now, then I would like to see how you then blame Democrats for what Republicans are doing. Like the fact that Republicans took away, are gutting the Voting Rights Act, and it's this idea, but local Democrats are mad to me. We're about to lose representation as black people across the South. If Republicans have it their way, they will be coming for a lot of these blue states. And yet, all the focus here is let's do mutual aid out of systematic oppression and let's blame the Democrats locally. And focus on that and have some sort of accountability, and then we can maybe get to a liberatory politic to freedom. I don't understand. I don't understand why non-voters want to get into a conversation with people who are voting, talking about a very specific thing, and then getting upset because they feel like they're being condescended or talked down to because they don't vote or they don't participate in the franchise. That's not our problem.
These people would not, if they were paid $500,000 one time, would not move out of Illinois, New York, Maryland, or California. They wouldn't step foot in these southern states that are run by Republicans. It's very easy when you got Brandon Johnson, who you might not like, but it's not breaking up your meetings. Take that shit down South Carolina and see what they do to you. It's very easy when you got Governor J.B. Pritzker, the billionaire, giving you funding. And you can argue with him and say it's very easy when you got Wes Moore, Kathy Hochul, Gavin Newsom. All these people who hate the Democratic Party and what they've done to black cities, black people in these cities, are right up under them, just right under the titty. Just slurping right under the titty. Where are the black MAG hats? I give the movie credit. At least he's in Mississippi. He in Ground Zero. You ever notice how it's an abundance, Brit, of people who they love to talk about being foundational black American, how they are black people, indigenous, etc. Their roots go back here, but they great migration babies. Their family ran from the South. They didn't go back.
Maybe I had this too. A lot of people ran from Chicago.
Do you see how?
My bad, brother. My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Do you see how the brothers? Do you see how y'all do me? That's crazy. Alexa, stop. Isn't that interesting, Britt? They got on them trains. They got on them buses. They got on them cars. They hitchhiked. Their granddaddies did. Ran from the South to North. They hated the Democrats and liberals so much they went and ran up under them. Got job programs. Got city worker programs. Went to school because quotas and affirmative action. Now they develop, now they're doing good in their cities. They talking about how much they hate the Democrats. Flip Chicago red. You know why they can have a Flip Chicago red movement? Because they know it's not going to flip red. If you really want to flip Chicago red, start a movement like Charles Blow said, and move people down south to the Republicans. They said they was balling in Oklahoma. Ain't y'all balling in Oklahoma? Move down to Alabama. They balling. Black people balling in Alabama. Tennessee. Tennessee, take me to another place. That's what they was talking about in the song. So why don't y'all blacks that hate the Democrats so bad just leave and move down south? It's right there. And in fact, since you got your President Trump in, he said gas would be cheaper than Biden when he took office. Gas is cheaper. Get your $4.80 gas and just drive down with your Lexus and BMWs. Just go down to Tennessee. Tennessee.
And Brother Ben, can I also add something to that? When you move to these southern states, don't move into the cities. Move into the rural areas.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, don't move to Atlanta. Thank you, Quinn. Don't move to Austin. I love this. I had to get out of California. It was horrible. Where'd you move? I moved to Austin. Huh? When you move to North Carolina, don't move to Durham. Don't move to Chapel Hill. Don't move to Charlotte. When you go to South Carolina, don't move to South Carolina anywhere. Don't move to Atlanta. Don't move to Columbus. Don't move to Birmingham, Montgomery. Don't move to the blue areas. Move out with your white, rural, conservative, traditionalist, church-going brethren in MAGA. Move out there with them.
Well, hold on. I don't agree now. Down in the woods now.
You wouldn't be caught down there with them. I know.
Hey, we get along with some of these white folks now.
Yes, I understand. That's the point. So move down with your rural cousins who, when they come and visit you in the cities up north after they leave, you say they stink.
Well, let me add to what you were saying now. A lot of people that live in Chicago came from Mississippi, but a lot of people are coming back. They're selling their land. And you made a great point. You and I can't think of the other guy. The rural areas, you're right. That's where a lot of people are moving back to. I live in a rural area. It just so happened to have a college in this town. But when you go to Fayette, that was ran by, I mean, it's just, that town is, man, it's sorry. But I'm not blaming white folks or Republican whites, because I think what's happening in Virginia, they redistrict, but it's going to be a black Republican woman that wins. But I can't remember. I'm not going to be politically correct.
I don't know, man.
No, it was the white. Hey, look, let me say this. No, he was saying when you move to these towns, move to a rural area. And also, I want to add, they dress better than 1930s.
Okay, cool. But man, back on topic. They're all gonna move to fucking Texarkana. They're gonna move to the rural areas. Then they're gonna realize it's a fucking shithole. They're gonna miss their hovels, their 2x2 shoeboxes in the big cities of those blue cities that they left. They're gonna miss the Democrats and that Democratic they were sucking off of, and then they're gonna cobble together every last dollar got, scrape and pinch every dollar they got, and then they're gonna carry their ass back up there in probably 6 months, 6 to 8 months, maybe a year. They don't last down here.
It wouldn't even take that long.
They don't last down here. Why? Because all of that talk, when you're up north and you in the big city on the east side, all of that shit sounds real good. All that, the Democrats are this, that, and the third, all that sounds real good until you come to a place that has no infrastructure, that has all of the things you took for granted, they don't exist here. And then all of a sudden you start to realize that actually maybe democratic governance isn't perfect, but it's better than this shit down here. And then they carry their ass right back. Shout out to all the Republicans who moved to Texas during that pandemic and have been slowly going right back to California because they cannot stand it here.
Well, let me add this now. During Katrina, a lot of people were forced to move to Texas and Mississippi and Jackson. It's like they're trying to get rid of Jackson being the capital of the Mississippi because of the
that's
black.
not on topic. That has nothing to do with what you're saying.
You were saying that people that moved there, some people were.
No, that's not the topic. That's not the topic. Those people were displaced during a natural disaster. What we are talking about is people moving to the South to seek economic opportunities, yes, but to get away from what they feel like is the failure of blue state governance.
And people in New York moving down down to Florida. They just moved
And
to
do you know what they are also doing? Do you know what they are also doing? They are also moving back home.
But
They are also moving back home. That's not
so
what
you
you're not
believe in
hearing.
socialism?
What you're not, honey? Can you even spell socialism?
Yes, and I'm not your honey either.
Well, I said what I said, so there's that.
Well, I said what I said. That's that. See, that's what wrong with y'all feminist movement. You a feminist. I can tell.
Brett, you're way
Just
Hey,
like
what's
Planned
wrong?
Parenthood. In 1930s, we dressed better, but now it's sagging niggas.
Planned Parenthood offers,
compensated.
but I don't see, I don't,
bullshit.
but
You know,
Planned
birth control.
Parenthood
More
offers,
black people than white.
actually, it offers great services to those who are in need, such as
When
free
you
cancer screenings.
and you want to decide to
I mean,
what about
I know that for a lot of people, I know,
no shrubs.
the fact that you have now turned this into a gender war and
you're a feminist, and that's all you is.
You know what, Fred? I love how he calls you a feminist and he's being sassy. He's a sassy one.
I'm a masculine man.
You don't sound like it's not sounding like it.
I wouldn't give a fuck what I sound like. It don't sound like it.
Britt, Sherry, Brooklyn. Is this the same man that said that people get called racist for wearing a hat?
Yes.
So you tell about calling people names. Wait a minute. But listen, look at the hypocrisy. Why are you yelling at me, sir? I don't understand. I'm not yelling at you.
Y'all had Democrats 12 years.
What's wrong? Why are you mad?
Ain't nobody mad. Y'all just over talking.
You
shut up.
Women and relax.
What's crazy is
I'm not using profanity. I'm not yelling. I'm not screaming at you.
You're being intellectual disingenuous. Do you know what that means?
It's dishonest.
Again, there you go. You calling people names, but you didn't like it yourself when you said that somebody calls you names.
I responded. What the fuck? Y'all sensitive tampons in boys' restrooms and shit. I keep talking about all this bullshit.
Can we move past this?
They pull their pants. They pull their pants.
I just want to say this, but as we move on, Planned Parenthood offers a lot of great services to those who are in need. It is more than just a servicer of abortions. I really wish that we would stop denigrating Planned Parenthood, because for a lot of communities, especially communities where people might not have enough funds for a primary care physician, Planned Parenthood is a great first step in them getting the health care options that they need that has nothing to do with pregnancy. My God,
A fucking condom would be nice. Some pills, some birth control would be nice. Don't abort that baby at 4 months and all these 6 weeks. Why the man don't have a choice? My body, my choice. Fuck that. But then y'all demand the man to pay. Y'all don't want to see the real. Y'all don't want to see the real. That's bullshit. Planned Parenthood. They don't go up there to Hamptons with them white kids and talk about Planned Parenthood. No, they come to HBCUs. And I know because I live next to one. You don't see them Planned Parenthood buses in Hampton or in New Jersey. White folks neighborhood. White folks get married after college. Black folks want to be independent and strong, and that's why you gotta have home.
How old were you when you got married? Just for reference sake.
Not married, no kids.
Okay, gotcha. So let's get back to the room. I don't know why you ladies. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe y'all enjoy makes you feel good. Y'all just don't get it. You don't. You do not know how to go back and forth with these men, and I don't know. If it feels good, you do whatever you want. It's free country, I'm just saying. But if it's about understanding, you're just wasting your breath. You really, if it's fun or whatever, that's cool. I'm not saying stop. But British sounded like he was getting upset. Did you hear what he just said? He just talked about people getting married out of college and traditionalism. He's a 48-year-old man with no wife and no children. Why would you go back and forth with this person?
I didn't know.
What do you mean you didn't know? You thought this man was married with kids? Just listen. And so what I'm saying is that
I wouldn't be on here.
As a larger point. Why? You didn't send your woman to some for Mother's Day, have her cook while your kids play? You could be at work doing it. You could be working on the car. You could be cleaning the garage.
me know when I can get a response to that. I don't want to.
You don't need a response. You've been speaking the most. I just want to get the point. And so it actually got to the point I wanted to get to. And this is where the Democratic Party for blacks are going to need to shift. It actually isn't war. All of this is about gender and the black men's perceived attack. Y'all should act. Y'all people actually need to realize that's what's going on.
Well, they took men out of houses. They took the men out of households.
Continue to interrupt me. So now I'll go to your point. Explain how the government took men out of households. Just do that.
Okay. First, when you were able to get the EBT card or be on welfare,
Yes,
you couldn't have a man in the household. The woman had to get.
Stop right there. Cool. Let's start there. I mean, they got rid of that in '68, but I understand it kind of went on when it shouldn't have. I kind of understand. If a man's in the household, I want you to listen to what you said. If you a man in the household, why is your woman on welfare?
Okay. They made it that way. One,
I'm gonna give you what I'm saying.
And you won't give me a chance to handle. I just said they created that way. The man has to leave for the woman to get that money.
I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Just listen to what I'm saying. If I'm a man in 1960, 1962, and I'm a man, why is my woman looking to get on welfare? That's the first question I have for you. Why would a woman need to be on welfare if I'm a man? Because even though black men didn't make a lot of money, they made more.
Because let me answer that question, because if we're living
Hold on
together.
a second, Dom. Hold on a second, Dom. What'd you say, Peter? Real quick.
Because they only make weaker physically.
Okay. You're done for the day. The movie, go ahead and answer the question. If I'm a man, why do I need my woman on welfare?
Okay, what happens is.
Start there.
Okay, what happens is I'm a man in the 60s. I'm not making like I could be making. We have arguments. We have arguments amongst the house. Yes, we have 4 kids here. Look, man, get away from me. I'm not giving you no pussy no more. Get out of my house. I can have an option. You gotta look at that video. I'm gonna go find it and put it in the chat.
Another video they're talking about. I have the same internet. I know what you're talking about. I got you. Sit here. So I'm a man with 4 kids and I'm taking care of my kids. I then have a fight with my woman. Do I still have a job or no?
Yes, I still have a job.
Okay. So why would I qualify for welfare if I have a job?
That's not the woman goes out and gets qualifications. I just told you.
No, in the household. If I have a job, stop. Listen. If somebody has a job, why would I have them get welfare in the same house?
It's just the same way they push that Planned Parenthood. I'm going to the weak woman. It's just like I'm going. Your man keep coming in. Ma'am, get rid of that man that's giving you problems. Even though he's helping you out, but since you want to cut off sex and do all this to him, get rid of him. Get rid of him. Give me 10 more seconds. Get rid of him, and we'll give you $500 a month or whatever.
It was never that much. Oh, stop.
Well, whatever. I'm only picking numbers, man.
Let's keep going. Stop.
For conversation purposes, well, it was $1.
I got you. Well, the point is that it wasn't as high as people think, even though it was less than what men were making. So if I'm the man and it's my house, and this is back when women were, it's my house. I'm paying for it. It's mine. How can she kick me out? If I'm paying the rent and it's my house, how can a woman kick me out of a house that I have my name on and I'm paying for?
When she packs up, I will. When she packs up the kids and leave out and go to a shelter, they're gonna give her something that's Section 8 in that. The woman is gonna leave. This is what Kevin Samuel says. The most divorce rate is because a woman ends the divorce.
We're talking about in the 60s. We're talking about early.
Yeah. Well, in the 60s, people were married. I'm just talking about the very few, like you said, you saw that video where there were a lot of women lined up with babies.
Section 8 wasn't out yet. Come on, man.
Oh my God.
Section 8 started in the 70s. Come on, man.
Okay.
We might have to
What you gonna tell me? Oh, no, you stop for a second. You're gonna tell me projects when it's getting to the 60s, to the 80s.
Section 8. Section 8. Sometimes I want you to listen to what you're saying.
Projects are the same as Section 8.
No, they're not.
You're looking at I can go live in a home like me. I rent property. I have a few people that's on Section 8. Well, not me personally, but my family does.
Okay, so
and I collect their rent money because it's guaranteed.
So you've been projects.
No, sir, I'm not. I'm just saying a project is just what they said. It's a project so we can develop the single man home. And I want to push it a little bit further. Look at our television shows. They don't show there. Oh, no, I got one more to say. Go to the, give me, I got 10 more seconds. When you go by
No, you're doing good. Stop right
you
there.
won't see a man and woman on picture.
Okay, stop. I want you to stop right there. I want you to stop right there. So you said that they kicked the man out of the house to get the welfare. Now you're talking about the woman moving out. Stop right there. Now you're talking about the woman moving out of the house. Which one was it? Did they kick the man out?
You made a hyperbole, like a hypothetical, that like the man owns house. They're living in an apartment. They're living, they're not, ain't no house was, man.
I'm not talking, no, I don't mean they owned it. I'm just saying. So if I'm the man and I have a woman and we're married, because remember black person was married before LBJ. They were all married. And we're in an apartment in Chicago.
Let me stop you there. Why do you bring up LBJ so much? Because he said for the next 200 years, them black folks
because that's when these things expanded, the war on poverty.
Yeah, but he created that shit.
I know, that's why I brought him up. So I said before LBJ. You just asked me.
Before LBJ, we pulled up our pants and looked civilized.
But, wait a minute. So you blame the government for black people's appearance?
Well, see, now you're going on government. No, sir. Don't switch my lingo. No, sir. No, I think I think the government infiltrated the hip hop.
Let's stay on the welfare point. Because I've never understood this argument. I'm trying to understand it. So I'm a man, and I have a job, and I'm in the house. Are we on welfare while I'm in the house?
Can't be. Can't be. From my understanding, you can't be.
No, before they put that law.
Oh, well, that's. I was born in '77. I don't know what happened in '60s. I just know my mother had. My mother had two parents growing up in the 30s and 40s.
Stop. All right. So the argument is for you that if did this rule only apply to black people?
Oh, that's funny you asked, because people in Mississippi, no, let me explain this. People thought when they said they're going to cut off food stamps, I was like, they can't do that. It's more white folks on food stamps.
In the house rule, did it apply?
Yeah, I think it affected the the minority community more. No, I must say blacks, because Mexicans, man, they don't like us. No, yes, the black community, the down south black community.
Apply to black people.
On what format?
The father in the house rule is what I'm asking.
Oh yeah, they purposely got rid of the black father, just like they did on TV shows.
I got you. So the rule only white people, Hispanics, Asians, etc. They were able to get welfare with the father in the home. That's what I'm asking.
No, it's not welfare for that sense you're saying. No, that's not. That's two oranges and apples. No, Mexicans, they come over here, work, and send their money back. The Asian community.
Oh my God, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the welfare. You talking about they got rid of the fathers, black fathers.
I think it was specifically designed for the black fathers.
Right. Yeah. So that only applied. So if you were a white person on welfare, white people were allowed to have a father in the home.
No, the line went across the board.
So it wasn't for everybody. Okay, cool. So
it was for everybody. Welfare is more white folks on welfare.
Stop right there.
Than black folks in this.
So did it have the same effect on white fathers?
I'm sure it did. But
so the government. Stop right there.
Crime we have, it illuminates further.
Stop right there.
Why do you keep saying stop?
Because you're moving on to something different. I want you to stay where you are. So you're now making.
Hold that thought. I gotta answer the call. All
right, cool. Would anybody else like to come up and do the?
As y'all were going this back and forth, I was desperately trying to Google, because there's a difference between North and South where black people was able to actually get it, because black people was banned when the act was passed in 1935. We couldn't get it.
Ben, you have unique patience for asking that same question at least 6 times.
Well, because the part of the problem is that respectfully, a lot of you guys, I mean, so much respect, you don't know how to navigate sheer ignorance. the way I do. And so it's not very difficult for me because I'm less interested in what he's saying, but I want people to hear how they think. And so for me, it's very illuminating. You guys just aren't used to talking to people like this. I'm an expert at it. I have a master's degree. It's called an MDN, Masters in Dumb Niggas. This is one of my specialties. So I have an MDN. So it's fine. The point is that I want people to hear how dumb the idea is that black men were in the home, and then because of welfare, they got kicked out of the home. Because my next question is, what percent of blacks were on welfare? And if they weren't on welfare, why'd they leave the home? And then I would ask Kevin Sanders if he was still alive, how do you account for the vast majority of black men that weren't, black families that weren't on welfare? And the father still left the home. Blaming it on welfare and the Democrats is very easy until you realize that the vast majority of blacks weren't on welfare. And so my question becomes, why did blacks, men, leave the home even when the women didn't get on welfare? That's why I'm working my way too. And it actually is not, to be fair to the black men, some of it was dusty behavior, etc. It actually had everything to do with economic policy of Richard Nixon and conservatives. But I haven't been able to work my way there yet. Someone says this is reductionist. People in the chat, you guys can please come up. I'd love to have a back and forth with you. I'm now avoiding work, so I would love to have a back and forth.
Hey Dan, when you brought up Nixon, they would like lose their shit when you talk about the Nixon domestic policy against blacks. They probably never even heard of it.
Look at this. Alex says Reagan created the welfare state.
The welfare state was started in 1935.
Reagan created I gotta screenshot that. I gotta keep that for life. Somebody who constantly is telling people on stage they're dumb, they don't know what they're talking about. He'll come up when people know what they're talking about. He said that Reagan created the welfare state.
What if he Googled the Calio projects in 1950? It was all white.
MC, are you there? MC, are you there? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm done myself. Okay. Did you want to talk about the fathers in the home?
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to say, as in kicked out. I think what he was trying to say is, before the welfare came in, it wasn't as attractive as an option to be, again, I'm not trying to insult anyone, to be in basically unwed single mother, having multiple children, because as we were saying back in the 60s, it just wasn't a thing for us. I think what he's trying to say is, once it came in, it made it more of an attractive option for people to maybe be in that category. Yes, I'm talking about the unwed single mothers, in comparison to early in the 1960s, when we had the highest marriage rate. That's what I think he's trying to say, but he can't get his point across without, just coming up with this, that, and the other. But yeah, I understand where he's coming from.
Who has the highest marriage?
Because, for example, right now it's for instance, it's now it's 17.
You have to get off the app for a week. That's insane.
No, because for now it's like 17.
Couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
In the 60s, that wasn't even 5%. So something obviously happened.
You gotta start over. You went out. Say that again.
So over 70%. Yeah, that's
what was
that. Currently, yeah, that are single in that category, single unwed mothers, yeah, pregnant mothers. So I'm saying back then, in the 60s.
You went into the matrix. Can you start over? I'm sorry, we missed a piece of what you said, so I didn't hear the beginning.
I was saying right now, yeah, the number, the percentage of our out of wedlock pregnant mothers, so without father in the home, is between 70 and 80%. Where I'm saying in the 60s, that wasn't even 5%. So that's why I'm saying.
Why do you think that?
No, that's there. I'm not talking about stat, as in.
Why do you think that in the 60s? Ma'am, where did you get the data that in the 60s, 95% of black children? Ma'am, let me ask it's ironic. Where did you get it in the 1960s in America? 95% of black children were born with two parents in the home. Where'd you get that from?
Okay, because the stats are there.
That's what I'm asking. Where'd you get it from? I want to pull it up for the room. Put it on the top. You got to show and prove. Source up. Each one, teach one. Shout out to Sinead. Where's your source?
Do you want me to put all of the sources there? But you can find it in any library, but...
I'm looking. Nobody goes to the library. It's all online. Just show us where black children in the American South, where most of them were. You just said 95% were born to two-parent households in the 1960s. By the way, that would be impossible based off the welfare that people are talking about. Because if that was two parents in the home, you couldn't have had the no father in the home rule. That's a different discussion. Can you just give us data on that? Where are you getting the data from?
You want me to put the stats in here?
Yes,
I'm ready.
Yes, please. I'm not saying you're wrong. Just give us the data. What can we look at? Do you have census data?
Yeah, you can go to the census and you can see it right now.
Give it to us. Yeah, give it to us. Which census should we look at?
You can any census from 1960s, 1970s, and you can see
which census. Which ones should we look at?
The data, the national census.
Yes, I'm saying which year? Down. Which year do you want me to look at for 95%? You
can go all the way through to the 60s. And compare.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying which years do you want? Which year census do you want to look at? You want the 1960 census? Hello? Hello? Hey, Lifeline, give us 1 second, brother. We'll come to you. 1 second.
I'm just asking you right now. That figure is not true.
I didn't hear you. Hold on a second. We couldn't hear you. You went out again. What'd you say, sis?
Yeah, I was saying the figure for right now. Can you confirm to everyone in here that that is not true? That it's this high?
No, I said in 1960.
Okay, I'm about to give you the date, but I want you to answer from right now today if that is not the figure, because it's out there and it's 100% fact.
It's definitely not. In the 1960s, 95% of black children in America were not born to two-parent households. Absolutely not. I don't even think whites were that high in the 1960s. The only people that might have been high, I'm almost done. That's a different argument. We can come to that in a second. But I'm trying to look at the 1960s. The only figure that was that high was probably Eskimos, and that's because there's only 10 Eskimos. And so they all live together. So could you do it again? Could you tell us where I can get the information from?
Yeah, the census.
Okay, how does the census tell us if the parents are married or not? What question was it on the census?
It asks them if they're married, if they're in a single household, how many children they got.
1960 census questions. I got you. So you're saying on the census, it said that 90. Okay, so again, do you have the data?
The data is right there. You can find it on JSTOR if you like.
I'm looking at it. I don't see that high. No. You have to give it to us. I'm not going to do this. I'll ask you one more time. I've Googled it. I can't find it. I have better data. I have better than JSTOR. Nothing's coming up of 95%. Can you please tell us again where you're getting the 95%?
I just said it's from JSTOR. I don't know if they block the records for you.
No, JSTOR
out here, it doesn't get blocked.
Man, JSTOR is not. JSTOR is just a clearinghouse. It's where articles are uploaded to. So what's the title of the article I should look at? I know it sucks. You just can't get away with saying bullshit. That's JSTOR.
I just said go to the US Census data.
I got you.
Okay, and you will see.
I'm looking at US Census data. I'm looking at it. 1960.
The lowest figure I think they had was 81, 82.
You said 95.
So that's
all right. U.S. were married. I had 61. Oh shit, I went to grad school with this girl. Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, I'm saying 61%.
And what's the percentage today?
32.
Jeez.
Damn.
Yeah, I saw
So let me just finish, and then y'all can go on. Y'all gonna do what you want to say.
No, I don't know.
I don't. 1 second. You said it was 95. It was not. It was
not every year. Not every year.
Ma'am, the census taken every year in America.
I know. That's what I said. It's not like I'm not saying consistently like it was the same.
It was never 95%. It was never not. Let me just finish. I agree that if you're a traditionalist and you think you're married, it is too low. I agree with that. But that does not mean that blacks were having higher outcomes in 1960. So let me ask you a question. Let's say it was 61%, 75%. Were more blacks above the poverty line in 1960 or below the poverty line compared to now? Were more children living in poverty in 1960 as a percentage of the population or now? MC?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest with you on that.
I know you're not. All right, you guys got it.
I wanted to say, conflating the current marriage rate with fatherlessness makes zero sense. Because, cohabitation is on the rise for all racial groups in all countries. So, that fatherless number that people conflate with the marriage rate is highly inaccurate. I want to say that, and I'll look for this stat, I want to say it's above 75 to close to 80% that the fathers are full-time or part-time in the home with the child. Today.
What does the marriage rate tell us?
Check that chat I just said.
What does the marriage rate tell us about black outcomes when marriage rates are higher? What does it tell us?
That's a follow-up question.
Strong economic. I think you're trying to allude to stronger economics and stronger communities. I think.
So why did that not happen in the 1950s?
It did, per se. If you look at that stat I just put in chat.
That's not about economics.
Well, do you believe, I think this has been a very simple question. It's real deep. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to respond. If the answer is connotated to economics, I am going to say, because I put it in the chat when you asked were they above or below the poverty line, and I said I'm going to say below the poverty line because of the finance. And I'm going to add this in there, and I know you probably want to break it down. I'm going to say because of the mistreatment, racism, the job opportunity, they weren't there like that at that time. Not saying that they weren't in the workforce, but as far as being accepted, being prominent in the workforce in the sense of being able to like your phone earlier. Huh? What did he say?
Yeah, finish what you're saying. Like, we'll come to you in a second. Just hold on.
Okay. So I'm gonna say because of that, the equal pay opportunities wasn't there like they were. Time went on. So I'm gonna leave it right there because I know I'm sure you want to have something to say, and I want to make sure that I respond or someone else can.
Yeah, it's a crazy. Yeah, he'll pick up Donald Trump and that's it.
Thank you, like, appreciate it. Go ahead and beat up, bro. All right, that's not on topic. Okay, cool. So if marriage is the panacea and it didn't work out before because of certain issues, I guess now all black people got married. Everything. But that's fine. I understand. I was fascinated by the 95% number.
I think she might have got her percentages wrong, but I think her subject matter, it wasn't so much the messenger, it was more so the message. And yeah, her percentage probably wasn't politically correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
It's just like when I said 500 a month, he was like, it was less than that. Yeah, I'm just picking a number for conversation. sometimes you just
that number matters. That number matters because I'm still trying to understand how a man allows a woman to kick him out of the home. That he is the head. Let me finish. You have no, you talk about women and feminists and their emotional, all that. You have no discipline or self-control. None at all. I didn't even finish the sentence. I'm trying to understand how a man allows a woman to kick him out of the home in order to get less money than what he's bringing in. That's one.
Stop there. Stop there.
I am, but
well, first of all, when a woman decides it's time for you to go, she has all the power. She can accuse you of something, take the job. That's why the divorce rate.
1950s. I'm talking about in the 50s. The father in the home rule was in the 50s.
Did you see how much money? Did you see how much money was being made in 19? Like I said, my grandparents stayed married. It wasn't about infidelity.
How much money for whom? For black people?
No. What I'm saying is, don't you agree? Two parents bring home more money than one parent. So what you're asking
1960s?
Yeah. Don't you want two parents in the home in the 1960s?
Oh no,
my grandmother was like 70-some years old.
I want two parents in the home now. What I'm saying,
I do too. I think they should have Parents' Day, not separate day.
I see why you didn't get a woman. This is sad.
What? Boy, I like your that's smooth though. Okay.
Yeah, I know it's smooth. Let me finish.
Yeah, but that's
so the two parents and all I'm talking about that. What I'm saying is that why would a woman want a man kicked out who was bringing more money in? And how did she go about kicking him out in the 1950s? You think black women had legal power in the 1950s? Like, what's going on?
So what you're saying is, when there were two parents in the house, I'm saying the women just kicked the men out, and that was a downfall of kicking the men out. Is that the question you're asking me?
Yes, because the argument is that the Democrats put in a welfare rule that they kicked the fathers out of the house.
So you don't believe that? You don't believe that part? No, you gotta stop right there.
It's not that I don't believe it. It's not that I don't believe it. I've never seen any evidence for that. I have seen, young black girls. I've seen some documentaries, particularly in certain cities. I don't want them in the house. I get the welfare. I don't want them in. They weren't the husbands, and they were most likely extremists. There's obviously cases of that. But to the point that explains black fatherlessness, I've never seen that any sociologist or economist say that. So I'm trying to understand the logic behind people who believe it. So if I'm a man, let's use your numbers, and I make $500 a month, and welfare is giving me $275 a month, the woman, why would she kick the man out, one, who made $500 a month, and two, how does a woman in 1950 kick a man out of a house he pays for? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I see where Dan is coming from, because back in those days, this is connotated to what you're saying, Dan. Up until 1974, women could be refused to be able to get a home or a car solely in their name. So they needed a man or a husband to be a co-signer. Yeah. So fiscally, it wouldn't make sense for them to kick the man out of the house, knowing that if certain things needed to be done, they couldn't do it without a man's presence, so to speak. And that, I think it was called the Women's Freedom Act in 1974. So,
but he said, why would a man leave? Or
you're
what
not
makes a
listening.
woman?
Oh my God!
I just put something in the chat. Look at it.
Hold on.
I'm gonna go on mute, man. Go ahead.
No, but you're not. Ron is saying, which finally somebody's trying to get there. Women did not have the rights that men did in the period. So the kinds of things that people are saying women have done or did, they could not have done. That's my point. Now I'll read what you put in the chat. In particular, certain welfare groups, single parent, okay. However, researchers emphasize that broader factors, you stop like job. Okay. So then I'll ask you another question.
No, that wasn't mine. Mine was about the welfare.
Yeah, you It said, however, it says complex. In particular, certain law requires single parent. We agree with that. Do you know when the single parent rule ruled unconstitutional by the courts? Does anybody know? Do you know the movie? Do you know when the court said?
No, I'm not going to Google it. No, I don't know. But I'll tell you this.
I'll tell you. Stop. It's not an invitation.
No. But let me say.
No.
Okay.
Stop right there. 1968.
Okay.
The epidemic, as you all call it, of black fatherlessness